What if the shadows that flicker in the corners of your room are not merely figments of your imagination, but remnants of ancient spirits longing to tell their stories? In the Philippines, where the sun-kissed shores meet dense emerald jungles, every whisper of the wind carries age-old legends, and every rustle in the underbrush hints at unseen forces at play. The air thickens with a pulse of tension as twilight descends, casting an eerie glow over the landscape. Here, mythology is not just a collection of tales. It is a living, breathing entity that seeps into the lives of those who dare to listen. As night envelops the islands, a chilling legend stirs, a tale of the Aswang, a creature shrouded in mystery, capable of transforming from a beautiful woman into a monstrous fiend, hunting under the cover of darkness for its next victim. The villagers' hushed voices carry the weight of fear, recounting how the Aswang prowls the outskirts of their homes, its heart-rending cry echoing through the night, a siren call that lures the unsuspecting closer to their doom. Children are warned never to stray too far from the flickering lanterns, for the boundary between safety and terror is perilously thin. But the Aswang is only one thread in a complex tapestry woven with magic and danger. Beneath the surface lies the powerful deity Bathala, a figure of creation and destruction whose wrath could unleash calamity upon the land. His presence looms like a storm cloud, promising either salvation or chaos. Villagers pray for his favor, offering sacrifices, yet the boundaries of devotion are fragile, and the consequences of neglect can be fatal. What happens when faith falters and the gods lose patience? The air crackles with anticipation as destinies intertwine, each decision echoing across time. In this world, the Dewata dance through the trees, beautiful and beguiling, yet their laughter can turn to rage with the snap of a twig. They guard the forest and its secrets fiercely, ensuring that intruders meet with misfortune. Those who seek their wisdom might be rewarded with insight, but the price is steep. One misstep, one careless word, and the consequences can shatter lives. The tension mounts as the unwary wander into their domain, unaware that they tread on sacred ground where reality and myth collide. As the night deepens, a storm brews on the horizon, lightning illuminating the anguished faces of those caught in this web of fate. Each thunderclap reverberates like the heartbeat of the islands, a reminder that the forces of nature are as capricious as the spirits that inhabit them. And as the clock ticks towards midnight, when the veil between worlds grows thin, the air shimmers with the promise of revelation. What truths will be uncovered? What horrors will emerge? The pulse quickens, and the fabric of reality trembles, urging all who stand on the brink to confront the unknown. In the dim light of dawn, when the veil between night and day hangs delicately, the air crackles with whispers of ancient tales. Somewhere on the archipelago, in a hidden nook of the vast sea, a lone fisherman casts his net, unaware that the waters he treads are steeped in legends as old as time. Each splash of his line sends ripples through the fabric of history, stirring the spirits that dance beneath the surface, the spirits that shaped a culture and defined a people. Philippine mythology, rich and vibrant, is a tapestry woven from the threads of countless lives, struggles, and dreams. Long before the arrival of colonizers, before the ink dried on history's pages, the islands were alive with stories told around flickering fires. In the heart of every barangay or village, elders recounted tales of gods and goddesses, of creation and destruction, their voices rising and falling like the gentle waves lapping at the shore. The myths were more than mere stories. They were lifelines connecting generations, a compass guiding souls through the vastness of existence. The earliest inhabitants, the Austronesians, arrived on these shores thousands of years ago, bringing with them the seeds of belief and practice. They gazed at the stars, the same stars that blinked down on them from the black velvet sky, and saw deities woven into constellations. To them, the sun was more than a celestial body. It was a fire god, illuminating their days with warmth and guidance. The moon was revered as well, a goddess cradling the night's mysteries. From these celestial connections sprang forth narratives that would intertwine with the lives of the people, blessing them with both purpose and understanding. As tribes settled and flourished, their mythology morphed and adapted, absorbing influences from neighboring cultures. The rich tapestry began to include tales from Indian, Chinese, and Islamic traditions, each thread adding depth and color. The tales of the Mahabharata and Ramayana mingled with local stories, creating a fusion that was uniquely Philippine. Heroes emerged from these myths, like the brave Lamang, who battled monsters and traveled to the underworld in search of his beloved. These figures were not just characters. They embodied the hopes, fears, and dreams of the people, mirroring their struggles against the unpredictable forces of nature and destiny. As the sun set on this era, the arrival of Spanish colonizers in the 16th century cast a long shadow over the islands. The missionaries looked upon the vibrant beliefs with disapproval, seeking to erase the old ways in favor of Christianity. Yet, like a stubborn flame that refuses to be snuffed out, the essence of Filipino mythology persisted. Villagers blended their rituals with Catholic practices, creating a unique syncretism that allowed both to coexist. The stories of the Diwatas, nature spirits of beauty and power, were whispered beneath the cover of night, their magic undiminished by the cross. The tales of Maria Makiling, the enchanting Diwata residing in the mountains, became a symbol of love and longing, reminding people of their connection to the land. Her story resonated deeply, echoing the hearts of those who felt the weight of distance and desire, yearning for something just beyond their grasp. It was said that on moonlit nights, she would descend from her dwelling to roam the forests, her presence a gentle reminder of the mystical world that lay hidden just beneath the surface of their reality. As the centuries rolled on, the stories continued to grow, fueled by the struggles of a nation yearning for identity. During the tumultuous years of colonial rule, myth became a powerful tool for resistance. The lore of the Babaylan, the shamanic healers and leaders, emerged as symbols of strength and resilience. Women who wielded their knowledge of the mystical and medicinal were revered, challenging the norms imposed upon them. They became the voices of both the spiritual and the political, standing strong in a world that sought to silence them. With the rise of nationalism in the 19th century, the longing for freedom found its echo in the tales of ancient heroes. Figures like José Rizal and Andrés Bonifacio were infused with the spirit of myth, becoming symbols of the fight against oppression. Their stories intertwined with the legends of old, creating a new mythology, one that spoke of hope, courage, and the relentless pursuit of justice. The past echoed in their struggles, reminding the people of the enduring spirit of their ancestors. As modernity swept across the land, technology and globalization threatened to drown out the ancient tales. Yet, in the quiet corners of the Philippines, the heartbeat of mythology remains alive. From the bustling streets of Manila to the serene rice terraces of Banaue, whispers of these stories can still be heard, Festivals celebrating ancient deities draw crowds, their faces illuminated with joy, their hearts beat in unison with the rhythm of the past. Children gather around their grandparents, eyes wide with wonder, as they listen to tales of the sun god Apolaki and the moon goddess Halia. The stories ignite their imaginations, planting seeds of curiosity and reverence for their rich heritage. This connection to the past offers a sense of belonging, a reminder that they are part of something greater, intertwined with generations that came before them. As the night deepens and the stars shimmer above, the myths beckon, inviting all to listen closely. The stories of love, sacrifice, and the supernatural weave through the fabric of the islands, daring to be heard and felt. They remind everyone that the past is not a distant memory, but a living entity, breathing life into the present. The waves crash against the shore, echoing the heartbeat of the land. As the fisherman casts his net once more, this time ensnaring not just fish, but fragments of a history that refuses to fade away. And as the night wraps around him like a warm embrace, he feels the presence of the ancients, the whispers of their legacy swirling around him, urging him to continue the tale, just as it has always been told. In the beginning, there was darkness, a vast empty void that stretched infinitely in every direction. From this profound silence emerged whispers, like the gentle rustle of leaves in a forgotten forest. These whispers carried stories, tales of creation that flickered to life in every corner of the world, each echo resonating with the heartbeat of its people. In the Arctic, as the icy winds howled around ancient rocks, the Inuit spoke of a goddess named Sedna. She was a woman of the sea, her long hair flowing like the waves. In the beginning, Sedna created the animals of the deep, the seals that danced on the surface and the great whales that sang their haunting songs beneath. But her story was not without sorrow. In a moment of betrayal, her father cast her into the abyss, where she became the ruler of the ocean's depths. It was said that when the hunters did not show her respect, she would withhold the creatures of the sea, plunging their world into starvation. The Inuit knew that their fate rested in her hands, and so they whispered their prayers into the winds, hoping for her mercy. Far to the south, where the sun kissed the land with warmth, the Maya spoke of Tepeu and Guchumats, two gods who conjured the world out of their thoughts. In a swirling cloud of smoke and fire, the earth emerged, mountains rising like the backs of slumbering giants. They shaped the rivers with their fingers, and the forests grew thick and green. Yet, their greatest creation was mankind. They tried 3 times before they got it right. The first humans, made of mud, crumbled away. The second, crafted from wood, had no souls and could not worship their creators. Finally, from the rich corn that nourished the earth, the gods formed a being who could think, love, and honor them. The Maya believed that in every kernel of corn there lay a piece of their divine origins, a reminder of the sacred bond between the earth and its people. In the heat of the African savanna, the Dogon tribe of Mali told a story woven with the stars. They believed that in the beginning, there was nothing but the infinite expanse of the universe. Then, a great god named Amma created the earth, shaping it like clay in his hands. But it was the Nomo, twin spirits of water, who brought life. They descended from the heavens, their bodies shimmering like the surface of the Nile under the moonlight. The Nomo breathed life into the soil, and from it sprouted lush vegetation and vibrant beings. The Dogon understood that their connection to the cosmos was profound. The stars set the rhythm of their lives, guiding them through the seasons with a celestial melody. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient temples of Egypt, the story of Ra unfolded. He was the sun god, born from the primordial waters of Nun, and every day he sailed across the sky in his golden bark. It was said that when Ra rose, he brought light to the world, chasing away the chaos and darkness. But darkness always lurked at the edges, and each night, Ra faced a great serpent named Apep, who sought to swallow the sun whole. The struggle between light and dark was eternal, leaving the ancient Egyptians to marvel at the cycle of day and night as a divine dance of creation and destruction. They built grand pyramids as a testimony to their faith, believing that in death they would join Ra in his celestial journey. Across the ocean, in the sprawling landscapes of the Andes, the Inca spoke of Viracocha, the creator god who walked among them. He emerged from the waters of Lake Titicaca, bringing light and life to the world. With a wave of his hand, he crafted the mountains, rivers, and valleys. But humanity was born from the stones, and they were imperfect. In his disappointment, Viracocha sent a great flood to cleanse the earth. After the waters receded, he created a new people, ones who would honor the sun and the earth. The Inca understood that they were intertwined with the natural world, their existence a delicate balance of respect and reverence for the forces that shaped their lives. In the rich tapestries of India, the Hindu tales spoke of Vishnu, who lay upon the cosmic serpent, Shesha, in a deep, timeless slumber. From his navel bloomed a lotus, and upon it sat Brahma, the creator. With a thoughtful gaze, Brahma fashioned the universe, stars that sparkled like jewels in an endless night, planets spinning silently in their orbits, and life bursting forth from the soil. But Vishnu's role was not just to create. He would descend into the world in various forms, reminding humanity of their responsibilities to one another and the world around them. The cycle of creation, preservation, and destruction was an eternal dance, a reminder that every end was simply a new beginning. In the shadows of towering mountains in Japan, the myth of Izanagi and Izanami unfolded. They stood on the floating bridge of heaven, peering down into the chaotic waters below. With a spear, they stirred the ocean, and from the drops that fell, the islands of Japan emerged. They became the first couple, creating gods and goddesses who would watch over the land. But tragedy struck when Izanami died, consumed by flames as she birthed the god of fire. Izanagi, in his grief, journeyed into the underworld to retrieve her, but found only shadows. In that moment, he realized the fragility of life and the inevitability of death. From his sorrow, the cycle of life began anew, a poignant reminder that creation and loss are forever entwined. Each of these narratives, rich and vivid, speaks to the hearts of those who tell them. Whether it is the waves of the ocean whispering secrets to the Inuit, the fiery sun battling the darkness in Egypt, or the stars guiding the Dogon, each creation myth connects people to their origins and gives meaning to their present. These stories, braided through the fabric of human experience, remind us that despite our differences, we share a common thread: the desire to understand our place in the cosmos. As the sun sets and the stars twinkle to life in the vast night sky, the echoes of these ancient tales linger in the air, the whispers of our ancestors guiding us into the future. The creation myths, alive with emotion and rich with history, offer a glimpse into the soul of humanity, our fears, our hopes, and our ceaseless quest for understanding in a universe that remains as mysterious as it is beautiful. Under the vast expanse of the Philippine sky, a whisper of wind dances through the treetops, carrying tales of ancient times. The sun dips low, casting a warm golden glow over the rice fields where farmers toil, their hands sinking into the earth that has nurtured generations. It is here, amidst the sacred mountains and flowing rivers, that the spirit of Bathala, the Supreme Being, resonates in the hearts of the Tagalog people. Bathala, a name that rolls off the tongue as sweetly as the first rains of June, embodies creation, power, and the essence of life itself. He is not just a deity, he represents the pulse of the islands, the very soul of the land that cradles the dreams and aspirations of its inhabitants. For the Tagalogs, Bathala is the father of all, an omnipotent force watching over them, guiding their fates like a gentle hand on their shoulders. Stories of Bathala's creation of the world unfold like petals of a blooming flower. It is said that from the chaos of nothingness, he formed the earth and sky, the mountains and seas, with each stroke of his will shaking the very foundations of existence. The stars that dot the night sky are not mere celestial bodies, but the eyes of Bathala, keeping watch over his creations. The moon, a silvery reminder of his presence, waxes and wanes with the passage of time, illuminating the paths of those who wander in darkness. In every ritual and prayer, the Tagalogs reach out to Bathala. With hands clasped tightly and hearts laid bare, they seek his favor, asking for blessings of bountiful harvests and protection from the storms of life. They speak his name with reverence, their voices carrying their hopes into the air, each syllable a bridge, connecting them to the divine. Yet the tale of Bathala is not without its shadows. The whispers of the past tell of a time when humans strayed from his teachings, falling into a pit of greed and ambition. In those moments of darkness, Bathala's heart ached. He watched as his beloved creations turned against one another, their hands stained with the blood of betrayal. The mountains rumbled, and the sea roared in anger, a reflection of his sorrow. It is said that during these tumultuous times, Bathala sent a great flood to cleanse the earth, a powerful reminder of the balance he maintained. As the waters receded, the people emerged, humbled and transformed. They turned back to Bathala, their cries of repentance echoing through the valleys. In their darkest hour, they found the light of his forgiveness, a beacon of hope that illuminated the path to redemption. From that day onward, they understood that their lives were woven into the very fabric of Bathala's creation, and that harmony must be upheld for the sake of the world. The stories passed down through generations are rich with emotion, each tale echoing the love and lessons imparted by Bathala. Elders recount how he took the form of a mighty eagle, soaring above the mountains, his wings casting a shadow over the land. In that moment, he was both protector and observer, ensuring that the balance between nature and humanity remained intact. As night falls and the stars twinkle overhead, families gather around flickering flames, sharing stories of Bathala's might and mercy. Children listen wide-eyed, their imaginations ignited by the tales of courage and devotion. They learn of the bond between Bathala and the first humans, how he breathed life into them, infusing them with spirit and purpose. It was Bathala who taught them to honor the earth, to live in gratitude, and to cherish the connections that bind them. But even the most sacred of bonds face trials. An age-old legend speaks of Bathala's confrontation with a rival deity, a figure who sought to overshadow his light. The clash between their powers was cataclysmic, shaking the heavens and earth. Thunder cracked, and lightning split the sky as they battled for the souls of humanity. In the heat of that cosmic struggle, Bathala's unwavering resolve shone through. With a heart full of love for his creations, he emerged victorious, restoring peace and order in the universe. Yet, as triumph resounded, the scars of battle remained. Bathala learned that the realm of humanity was fragile, and that power, while necessary, must be tempered with kindness. He descended once more, not as a conqueror, but as a mentor, teaching lessons of compassion and understanding. He encouraged the people to embrace their own strength, to rise together against adversity, and to never forget the divine spark that resides within them. In the quiet corners of the villages, the legacy of Bathala lives on. Wooden carvings and colorful murals depict his grandeur, a vibrant testament to a belief that has withstood the test of time. Festivals are held in his honor, where laughter and music fill the air, and offerings of rice and fruits are laid at altars, adorned with flowers. The spirit of Bathala is felt in every joyous celebration, a reminder that life is a precious gift. But time does not stand still. As the winds of change sweep across the islands, new beliefs intertwine with the old, and the memory of Bathala takes on new forms. Yet, the essence of who he is remains timeless, a symbol of hope, unity, and love that transcends generations. The heart of the Tagalog people beats with his spirit, a rhythm that echoes through the forests and mountains, reminding all that they are never alone. As the moon casts its gentle glow upon the earth, the stories continue to weave through the fabric of their lives, each one a thread that binds them to Bathala. His presence lingers in the laughter of children, in the rustling of leaves, and in the quiet prayers whispered at dusk. The profound connection between Bathala and his people is an ever-present flame, flickering with the promise of tomorrow, igniting sparks of faith that bind them together as one. And so, as the night deepens and the stars twinkle like Bathala's watchful eyes, the tale continues, an endless journey, a perpetual dance between the divine and humanity, a story that will never truly end. In a time when the sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, the people of the Visayas gathered around flickering fires. Their faces were illuminated as tales of their deities came to life, weaving a tapestry of gods and goddesses who shaped their world. The air hummed with an electric energy, charged with reverence and awe. It was in this atmosphere of belief and wonder that the deities walked among them, breathing life into the very fabric of their existence. Beneath the endless sky, the gods were not distant figures. They were intimately connected to the land and the people. In this archipelago, every mountain, river, and sea was infused with a spirit, a guardian watching over the lives of those who called it home. Among these divine presences, the most revered was Kaptan, the supreme god of the sky. He was a figure of immense power, his gaze piercing through the clouds, and it was said that he commanded the storms with a flick of his wrist. The people believed that to anger Kaptan was to invite calamity, yet to honor him with songs and offerings would bring bountiful harvests and fair weather. A whisper of wind carried the stories, echoing the legend of Canlaon, the god of volcanoes. His restless spirit was said to dwell within the fiery craters of Mount Canlaon, the highest peak in the Visayas. Villagers often offered sacrifices, hoping to appease him, fearing the wrath of an eruption that could lay waste to their homes. But Canlaon was not merely a harbinger of destruction. He was also a symbol of renewal, his fiery temper giving way to the fertile soil that nourished their crops. The duality of his nature reflected the unpredictability of life itself, a reminder that creation and destruction often walk hand in hand. The moon glowed softly, casting shadows that danced around the fire as whispers of the goddess of the sea, Maganda, surfaced in hushed tones. She was the embodiment of beauty and grace, a figure revered for her ability to calm the waves and guide fishermen home. Her laughter was said to echo through the waters, enchanting those who honored her. Yet there was a depth to her story that resonated with the trials of love and loss. When rejected by her beloved, she wept bitter tears that turned into pearls, transforming her sorrow into treasures. The people spoke of her not just as a goddess to be worshipped, but as a companion in their joys and sorrows, her spirit entwined with their own. Yet, no tale was complete without the mischievous laughter of the trickster god, Bathala. The stories of his antics brought color to the lives of the weary, reminding them that even in the darkest moments, laughter could light the way. Bathala's escapades were legendary. He played practical jokes on both gods and mortals alike, often turning foes into friends through sheer wit. His existence was a testament to the balance of life, teaching that joy and mischief were as vital as reverence and fear. In the flickering firelight, the villagers would chuckle at his stories, their hearts swelling with the warmth of community. As the night deepened, the profound connection between the deities and their human counterparts became palpable. The people felt that the gods were not mere figments of imagination, but rather spirits that walked beside them, shaping their destinies. They carried ancestral beliefs that had flourished through generations, a rich tapestry of history woven into the very soil they tilled and the seas they sailed. Every festival, every ritual was a thread in that tapestry, binding the past to the present, a lineage of faith that endured through time. The air grew thick with anticipation as they prepared for the ritual honoring the deities. The drums began to beat, echoing like the pulse of the earth itself. Each thud resonated with the heart of the community, a collective heartbeat that vibrated with life. The dancers, adorned with feathers and woven garments, moved gracefully, their bodies telling the stories of creation, love, and loss. The rhythm of their movements captured the spirit of each god, inviting them to partake in the celebration. Amidst the swirling colors and joyful cries, a sudden hush fell over the crowd. A chill swept through the night, and with it came the unmistakable presence of the divine. Captain's gaze was felt in the very marrow of their bones, a reminder of his power and grandeur. The villagers instinctively bowed their heads, hearts racing as they offered their prayers, sending their hopes skyward, weaving their desires into the fabric of the universe. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The sky above shimmered, stars twinkling as if in response to their reverence. Bathala's laughter echoed through the air, dancing playfully among them, a reminder that even in solemnity, joy lay just beneath the surface. Canlaon, too, stirred in his fiery abode, his spirit felt in the warm breeze that wrapped around them, a promise of renewal and strength. As the night wore on, the gods became a living part of their existence, merging with the people's hopes and dreams. Each prayer, each song, was a thread binding them to the divine, a connection that transcended time and space. The villagers knew that their stories were etched in the cosmos, intertwined with the fates of their beloved deities, forever echoing in the whispers of the wind, the crash of the waves, and the rumble of the earth beneath their feet. Every life, every breath, was a testament to their faith, a dance in honor of the deities who shaped their world. Their hearts beat in unison, a rhythm that resonated with the very essence of life, a cycle of creation, destruction, and rebirth. As the embers of the fire flickered and glowed, the stories continued to flow, each one leading into the next. An eternal loop of history and belief that would never truly end, always flowing onward, like the currents of the sea, guiding them toward what lay ahead. The air hung thick with the scent of incense as the villagers gathered under the canopy of a starlit sky. Shadows danced on the ground, flickering like whispers of the past. In the Philippines, the night was alive with stories, and at the center of it all stood the altar, adorned with offerings of rice, fruit, and flowers, laid out to honor the Anito. The villagers spoke in hushed tones, reverently invoking the spirits of their ancestors, creating a bridge between the living and the unseen. In every corner of the archipelago, from the rolling hills of Luzon to the vibrant shores of Mindanao, the belief in Anito ran deep. These spirits were not mere figments of imagination. They were the souls of forebears, guardians who watched over the living with both benevolence and fierce protection. The Anito had their own stories, shaped by the lives they lived, the struggles they faced, and the love they shared. Their presence was a reminder that life did not end with death. It merely transformed. Maria, a young woman with a heart full of longing, often felt the weight of her ancestors' love pressing down on her. She would sit by the window at dusk, tracing her fingers over the family photos that lined the sill. Each picture was a portal, a glimpse into lives lived long before her time. The faded smiles of great-grandparents long gone kindled a flicker of warmth in her chest, a reminder that she was never truly alone. Sometimes she swore she could hear their laughter, mingling with the rustle of leaves outside. On a particularly still night, Maria decided to seek guidance from the spirits. She lit a small candle and placed it on the altar in her home, whispering her hopes and fears into the flickering flame. As the wax melted, she felt a surge of connection envelop her, like a soft embrace from the past. The air crackled with energy, as if the spirits were leaning in to listen. Each flicker of the candle seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of her ancestors, a reminder that their stories were woven into the fabric of her own life. In the villages, rituals were steeped in tradition. The elders taught the young the songs and chants that had echoed through generations. They spoke of the Anito as protectors, guiding their descendants through the trials of life. Families gathered to honor the spirits, sharing meals and laughter while recounting tales that echoed with the wisdom of those who had come before. It was a beautiful cycle, an ongoing conversation with the past that shaped the present. On the eve of the feast, honoring the dead, Maria joined the community in preparing offerings. The air buzzed with excitement, laughter ringing out like music. The preparations were filled with purpose as families cooked traditional dishes, lovingly prepared to please the spirits. Each meal was more than just food. It was a message, an expression of love from the living to the lost. The villagers believed that by feeding the spirits, they were ensuring their own prosperity and protection. That night, the village glowed under a blanket of lanterns, illuminating the path to the cemetery where the ancestors rested. Maria's heart raced as she approached the gravesite of her great-grandmother, a woman known for her strength and resilience. With trembling hands, she placed her offering, a plate of the sweetest mangoes, beside the simple stone marker. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she whispered a promise to honor her legacy, to live with the same fervor and courage that defined her life. As the night deepened, the atmosphere shifted. The wind picked up, rustling the trees and sending a shiver down Maria's spine. She felt a presence, an ethereal chill that danced around her. It was as if the Anito were drawing near, their whispers weaving through the branches like ancient melodies. The villagers stood in a circle, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames of candles, eyes closed in prayer, hearts open to the wisdom of the ancestors. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the silence. A branch snapped, and the villagers jumped, eyes darting toward the shadows. Hearts raced, and fear gripped the air. Maria felt a pulse of energy. Was it fear or anticipation? In that moment, she understood. This was not just a ritual. It was a communion with the spirits who had once walked among them. The Anito were present, alive in their memory, guiding and warning. As the tension faded, an unexpected warmth enveloped Maria. The air thickened with a palpable love, and she felt a voice inside her heart, a call to remember, a call to honor. The stories of her ancestors were not merely tales to be recounted. They were lessons woven deep into the very fabric of her being. Their courage, their struggles, and their joys were resonating through her, urging her to carry their torch forward. The drums began to beat, a steady, pulsing rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the earth. The villagers responded, swaying in unison, caught up in the spirit of the moment. They danced with abandon, each step a celebration of life, each movement a tribute to the Anito. Maria let the rhythm wash over her, feeling a connection that transcended time. The spirits celebrated alongside them, their laughter mingling with the joyous shouts of the living. In that vivid tapestry of dance and song, Maria felt her ancestors wrapping her in their embrace. Each twirl, each leap, was a reminder that they were not just memories, but living presences guiding her. Their love flowed through her veins, igniting her spirit with a fierce determination to honor them. She would carry their stories, their wisdom, and their strength into the future, ensuring that the flame of their legacy burned bright. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, illuminating the village in a soft golden glow, Maria looked around at her friends and family. The air was still charged with emotion, the lingering echoes of the night wrapping around them like a warm blanket. They had come together, not just as individuals, but as a living testament to the power of ancestor worship. The Anito were indeed alive, not just in memory, but in the very essence of who they were. And just as the sun began to rise, casting shadows that danced away into the morning light, Maria felt a tug at her heart. The stories of the past weren't finished. They were merely transitioning into something new. An unspoken promise lingered in the air, echoing the call of the Anito. The connection between the living and the spirits would continue, an eternal dance through time that united generations, binding them with love, history, and an unwavering spirit. In the hushed moments before dawn, a soft glow began to stretch across the horizon, igniting the sky with hues of orange and pink. It was in these fleeting seconds that the ancients believed the sun whispered to the earth, a tender call to awaken from the depths of night. Stories have echoed through the ages, filled with the warmth of the sun's embrace and the cool, distant gaze of the moon. Each celestial body held its own tale, a narrative woven into the very fabric of human existence, rich with emotion, conflict, and connection. Legends from civilizations around the world tell of the sun as a powerful deity, often viewed as a life giver. In Egyptian myth, Ra, the sun god, sailed his golden bark across the sky, casting light upon the world below. People would gather at dawn, their hearts brimming with hope, waiting to catch a glimpse of Ra's face emerging from the waters. The warmth of the sun was seen as a blessing, a promise of growth, and an assurance that life would flourish. Yet, as the sun traversed the sky, shadows would stretch and whisper of impending darkness, hinting at the moon's quiet dominion over the night. In stark contrast, the moon, shrouded in mystery, was often portrayed as a goddess. In the tales of the Inuit, the moon, known as Anangan, pursued his sister, the sun, across the sky, their eternal chase reflecting the push and pull of day and night. As children listened, wide-eyed, they felt the weight of longing, the ache of separation that transcended time. The moon was a symbol of introspection, a keeper of secrets, her silver light illuminating the hidden parts of the soul. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in twilight, the stories grew darker, filled with treachery and deceit. In Aztec mythology, the sun and moon were born from the same divine essence, yet their relationship was fraught with rivalry. The sun, Huitzilopochtli, demanded blood and sacrifice, while the moon, Coyolxauhqui, craved vengeance for the wrongs committed against her. This tale of conflict resonated deeply. It spoke of the struggle between light and darkness, love and hate, and the sacrifices made in the name of power. The roar of the raging sea echoed in the hearts of many as they recounted the creation myth of the Maori in New Zealand. Here, the sun and moon were siblings, born from Ranginui and Papatuanuku, the Sky Father and Earth Mother. The separation of their parents marked a pivotal moment, one that echoed through the ages, as the siblings were forced to navigate their own paths, forever longing for the closeness they once had. The depth of their bond brought both joy and pain, a familiarity that resonated with anyone who had ever felt the sting of distance. In ancient Greece, the sun took on the form of Helios, a charioteer blazing across the azure sky, while the moon was personified by Selene, a beautiful goddess who glided through the night. Their stories of love and loss were painted across the canvas of mythology, rich with emotion. As Helios rode, the world lit up with warmth, each ray carrying life, while Selene's soft glow brought peace to the weary. Yet, beneath this serene surface lay a tension that was palpable, an unspoken yearning that echoed through the night, as lovers often do when separated by circumstance. The legends of the sun and moon traveled far and wide, morphing and shifting with each culture that embraced them. In Norse mythology, the sun was depicted as a fiery goddess, Sul, chased by the hungry wolf Skell, while the moon, Mani, was a gentle, nurturing figure. This eternal chase painted vivid images of the struggle against time, a race with fate that tugged at the very core of existence. Each sunset brought the promise of the moon's arrival, yet the fear of her fading into the dawn lingered deep within their hearts. Every culture held its own interpretation, yet one common thread wove through them all: the profound connection between humanity and the cosmos. The sun and moon encapsulated the duality of existence, joy and sorrow, love and longing, light and darkness. Children would stare up into the night sky, their imaginations fueled by the stories of these celestial beings, their hearts swelling with the thrill of adventure and the fear of the unknown. As the night grew darker and the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across velvet, a hush fell over the world. People turned their eyes skyward, yearning for the moon's silvery glow. In that moment of quiet anticipation, a collective breath was held, woven with hope, longing, and the promise of stories yet untold. It was as if the very air crackled with energy, pulsating with the weight of countless tales waiting to be shared. The legends of the sun and moon were not merely stories. They were the lifeblood of cultures, breathing life into the hearts of those who held them dear. The rhythmic rise and fall of the sun and the gentle ascent of the moon became a dance of emotions, a celebration of the human spirit. In every myth, a thread of truth lay hidden, waiting patiently for someone to unearth it. The stories ignited a fire within, a reminder that even in the darkest nights, the light of the moon would guide the way. And as the night deepened, the boundaries between reality and myth began to blur, creating a tapestry rich with emotion. The pulse of the earth echoed with the heartbeat of the cosmos, intertwining the fates of mortals and celestial beings alike. Each legend was a spark, igniting imaginations and weaving connections that spanned generations. The sun and moon, forever entwined in their celestial dance, whispered secrets to those willing to listen, promising that the stories would never truly end. As the dawn's light approached, a new tale awaited, just beyond the horizon. In the quiet of the twilight, when shadows stretch long and the air thickens with the scent of damp earth, whispers weave through the trees. A breeze carries with it the stories of ages past, tales of beings unseen yet deeply felt. The villagers often pause, their hearts quickening, for they can sense the playful mischief of the Encanto, those enchanting nature spirits who dwell among them, hidden just beyond the veil of reality. These spirits, ethereal and captivating, are woven into the very fabric of the islands. Some say they are the guardians of the mountains, while others believe they inhabit the depths of rivers, orchestrating the flow of water and life. In the soft glow of dusk, children gather close to their elders, eyes wide with wonder, as they listen to legends spoken in low, reverent tones. Beware the whispering winds, the elders warn. They are the calls of the Encanto, enticing the unwary into their tangled embrace. As the evening deepens, the stories begin to twist with excitement. There's the tale of a young man named Mateo, who strayed too far from home one fateful night. He had heard the enchanting melodies of the forest, a siren song that pulled at his heart and beckoned him into the underbrush. The spirits danced in the moonlight, their laughter twinkling like stars, and Mateo, entranced, followed their ghostly forms. Hours slipped by like grains of sand, and when he finally returned, the world had shifted. Days had passed, yet for him, it felt like only a fleeting moment. The villagers gazed at him with a mix of awe and fear, for he had danced with the Encanto and returned forever changed. The tales of the elementals, too, are etched in the memories of those who walk the forest paths. Fire, water, earth, and air. Each element conceived its own spirit, powerful and unyielding. The fire spirit, with its crackling laughter, could ignite passion and fury alike. The water spirit, serene yet unpredictable, could bring bountiful harvests or devastating floods. Earth held the strength of ancient trees, while air whispered secrets of distant lands and dreams yet to be realized. The balance of life hinged on their harmony, and the people revered them, offering gifts of rice and flowers, hoping to curry favor for the coming seasons. It was said that those who dared to insult or ignore these nature spirits would face dire consequences. One winter, a proud merchant flaunted his wealth, dismissing the old ways. He boasted about his riches, claiming he could tame nature itself. But as he laughed, the skies darkened and thunder rumbled ominously. Rain poured down in torrents, drowning his fields and washing away his dreams. He learned too late that the spirits do not take kindly to arrogance. In the depths of the forest, the air crackled with tension, one fateful night. A group of brave souls, emboldened by the stories, ventured into the heart of nature, seeking the presence of the spirits for themselves. Armed with offerings of sweet fruits and woven wreaths, they sang the ancient songs, their voices blending with the rustling leaves. The atmosphere thickened, as though the very trees held their breath, waiting for a sign. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a figure emerged, cloaked in emerald leaves, with eyes like shimmering pools of light. The Encanto had come to greet them, weaving in and out of the shadows with an elegance that both enchanted and terrified. But not all encounters were joyful. There were whispers of those who had crossed the spirits, leaving trails of broken promises in their wake. A young girl named Lila, curious and full of life, had wandered too close to a sacred grove. Ignoring the warnings of her grandmother, she picked flowers from a patch that had remained untouched for generations. The very air grew heavy as the Encanto's anger crackled around her. The once playful winds turned to chilling gusts, and before Lila could run, she found herself ensnared in a maze of vines. She emerged, days later, shaken and haunted, forever marked by the knowledge of forces greater than herself. As the villagers shared these stories, a palpable sense of connection pulsed through their community. Generations intertwined through tales of caution and wonder, binding them with threads of respect for the unseen. Children grew up with the belief that the spirits watched over them, and each thunderstorm was a reminder of the elemental forces at play. There was joy in offerings made on full moons, dances beneath the stars, and the fragrant smoke of incense wafting through the air as prayers were whispered to the spirits of nature. In the stillness of the night, as the moon hung low, the forest echoed with laughter, the Encanto playing their eternal games, unseen but felt. Every rustle and creak became a reminder that life flourished in the balance between the seen and the unseen. Yet with every flicker of joy, a thread of anxiety lingered. For the boundary between reverence and disregard was razor thin. The elders knew it well. They felt it in their bones. The tension simmered, like a pot on the verge of boiling over. How long could the villagers maintain their delicate dance with the spirits? Each season brought its own challenges, and with each sacrifice, the people prayed fervently for guidance and wisdom. Would they continue to honor the Encanto and the elemental beings, or would the allure of modernity draw them away from age-old traditions? As the moonlit night unfolded, the forest became a tapestry of emotions, weaving together joy, fear, and the unshakable belief in the power of nature. The whispers grew louder, carrying promises of discovery yet to come. The night was alive with possibility, the air thick with anticipation, hinting at stories still waiting to be told. The Encanto watched, their laughter echoing through the trees, teasing the edges of reality, as the line between the mundane and the magical blurred further. In the quiet dawn, when the world was still wrapped in a misty embrace, a mother's pain echoed across the mountains of Ilocos. The villagers whispered of a child who was destined to be extraordinary, a boy named Lam Ang, born with a spirit so fierce that even the heavens seemed to tremble. From the moment he opened his eyes, it was clear he was no ordinary child. His first cries shattered the silence, resonating like a battle cry, and as he reached for the sky, the very earth trembled beneath him. As Lamang grew, stories of his miraculous feats began to spread. By the time he was a young man, He had already mastered the art of bravery. He could summon the strength of 100 men, his punches resounding like thunder, and his heart was pure, filled with fierce loyalty to those he loved. The villagers marveled at his remarkable abilities, but it was his quest for love that would send him on an adventure like no other. It was the beautiful Inez Canoyan who caught his eye, a woman as stunning as the richest sunset. Legends whispered of her grace, and Lamang knew he had to make her his own. However, this was no simple love affair. Inez was coveted by many, including powerful warriors who would stop at nothing to win her heart. Unfazed, Lamang took a deep breath and set off to win her hand, ready to face whatever challenges awaited him. But love rarely comes without trials. Lamang's journey led him to the fierce tribes of the north, where warriors were known for their strength and cunning. With each step, the air thickened with tension, and the shadows danced ominously around him. Driven by his feelings, Lamang approached the tribal leader, who chuckled, his voice dripping with mockery. "You think you can win her heart, boy? Prove yourself in battle, and perhaps you'll earn her affection." With determination blazing in his chest, Lamang accepted the challenge. The ground shook as warriors wielded their weapons, and the clash of metal rang through the air. Lamang's heart raced with every strike, every blow. He fought like a tempest, his fists moving faster than the eye could see, and the crowd roared with admiration. In that moment, Lamang was not just a man, he was a force of nature. Yet, victory came at a cost. His triumph over the warriors was tainted with loss, as he realized the price of love was steep. After winning the battle, Lamang sought to return to Inez, but fate had other plans. A vengeful enemy lurked in the shadows, plotting his downfall. It was said that a great beast, fierce and wild, had been unleashed on the land, threatening to engulf everything Lamang held dear. With the village in turmoil, Lamang knew he had to confront the creature. Armed with nothing but his courage and a heart full of love, he ventured into the dark woods, where the trees whispered secrets and the ground felt alive with danger. Every step felt like a heartbeat, quickening with the fear of the unknown. The air grew heavy, and an eerie silence enveloped him, making every breath feel like an echo of a warning. The beast awaited him, a monstrous figure that towered over the trees, its eyes glowing like fire in the night. Lamang stood tall, his heart pounding, knowing that this was the moment that could either end in despair or be the turning point of his life. The battle that ensued was unlike any other. Roars of the beast mixed with Lamang's cries, creating a symphony of chaos that painted the forest in shades of bravery. As the dust settled, Lamang emerged victorious, having proven his strength and valor. The villagers sang his praises, but the taste of triumph was bittersweet. He had lost a piece of himself in that fight, a shadow lingering over his heart. Perhaps it was the knowledge that even the strongest warriors could be vulnerable. That love could be both a shield and a sword. With the beast defeated, Lamang returned to Inez, who awaited him with tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. But even as they embraced, a foreboding sense filled the air. The whispers of the villagers hinted that love was not enough to keep darkness at bay. The trials they faced were only just beginning, and challenges loomed like storm clouds on the horizon. Their union, while beautiful, was fraught with challenges that tested their bond. Jealous lovers plotted in the shadows, and dark omens haunted their path. Lamang knew that to truly protect Inez and their love, he had to journey beyond the familiar, confronting not just foes of flesh, but also the very shadows that threatened to consume his spirit. As tales of Lam Ang spread, they captured the hearts of many. But few understood the weight he carried. Each victory felt like a fragile glass, beautiful, yet ready to shatter. He sought wisdom from the elders, whose faces were lined with the stories of their own battles, of love lost and won. They spoke of the balance between light and dark, of how every hero must face the tempest within before conquering the world outside. In those moments of reflection, Lamang learned that love was not merely a destination, but a journey, a winding path filled with joy, pain, and sacrifice. And as he turned to Inez, her laughter ringing like a bell in the distance, he knew that their story was far from over. The world beyond awaited, teeming with trials that would demand every ounce of their courage and love. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land. Just as Lamang held Inez close, a shadow flickered at the edge of their world, a reminder that every ending was merely the beginning of another tale waiting to unfold. And so, with the weight of love and destiny heavy on his shoulders, Lamang prepared to face whatever came next, the heartbeat of adventure echoing in his chest. A soft rustle echoed through the dense forest of Mount Makiling, a sound as ancient as the trees themselves. The mist hung low, curling around trunks like ethereal fingers, and the air was thick with the scent of moss and blooming orchids. In this sacred place, where sunlight struggled to pierce the green canopy, a legend stirred, a tale of beauty, mystery, and a Dewata whose heart was as enigmatic as the mountain she called home. Maria Makiling was no ordinary spirit. Locals spoke of her radiant beauty, her long flowing hair that shimmered like moonlight, and eyes that held the depths of the forest. But it was her powers that truly set her apart. Tales told of her ability to command the rains, to summon the wild creatures, and to heal the sick. Yet, with each story of her grace and might, there were whispered warnings about the shadows that danced at the edges of her realm. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of orange and violet, a young man named Alon climbed the rugged path up the mountain. He was driven by a longing that gnawed at his heart, a longing to find the elusive Dewata. His village had been struck by a terrible drought, crops wilting under the merciless sun. The elders spoke of Maria Makiling, saying she possessed the power to bring rain, but she was known to be both kind and capricious. Many who sought her blessing never returned. As Alon made his way through the twisting vines and rocky trails, a shiver ran down his spine. The sounds of the forest transformed. The rustling leaves turned into whispers, and the chirps of crickets seemed to carry a melody. He paused, heart racing, feeling as though unseen eyes were upon him. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a woman cloaked in ethereal light, her presence commanding yet gentle. Maria Makiling stood before him, a vision of grace, her beauty almost too stunning to comprehend. "Why do you seek me, brave soul?" Her voice flowed like a gentle stream, yet held the weight of 1,000 storms. Alon's breath caught in his throat. He had imagined her beauty, but nothing could prepare him for the reality of her presence. "My village," he stammered. "The crops are dying. We need rain, and I have come to ask for your help." Maria's gaze pierced through him, searching his intentions. "Many have sought my favor, yet few understand the price of my gifts," she replied, her tone shifting like the wind. "What will you give in return?" Alon felt a cold dread creep up his spine. What price could he possibly pay for the salvation of his home? He swallowed hard. "Anything, I swear it." I would give my life if it meant saving my people. A smile flickered across Maria's lips, both beautiful and haunting. Life is precious, young one, but your heart, your love for your village, this is what I seek. Her eyes sparkled with an otherworldly light. Prove to me your devotion. Spend a night within this forest, and if your heart remains pure, I shall grant your wish. With a mix of fear and determination, Elon nodded. As twilight deepened, the forest morphed into a labyrinth of shadows and whispers. Tendrils of fog began to swirl around him, wrapping him in a cocoon of uncertainty. The night grew alive with the calls of unseen creatures, and the air crackled with magic. Alon was not alone. He could feel Maria's presence lingering nearby, watching, waiting. As the minutes stretched into hours, Alon faced his own demons. Memories of laughter and warmth from his village contrasted sharply with the haunting silence of the night. He recalled the faces of his family, his friends, people who depended on him. Would he truly sacrifice everything for a chance to save them? The thought gnawed at him, a relentless ache. Suddenly, a rustle interrupted his thoughts. From the shadows emerged a group of mythical creatures, tiny fairies with luminescent wings, their laughter ringing like chimes in the night. They danced around him, drawing him into their world of magic and wonder. Alon felt a spark of joy, a fleeting feeling that perhaps the hope he sought was not so far away. He reached out, but as his fingers brushed against their delicate wings, they scattered, giggling softly, leaving only the echo of their merriment. Disheartened, Elon sank to his knees, tears stinging his eyes. "Maria," he called out, his voice trembling, "I am here. I have faced the shadows of this night, but I fear I am lost. Help me find my way." And then, like the rising of the dawn, Maria appeared before him, her light illuminating the darkness with warmth. "You have passed the test of your heart, Elon. Your love is true, and your spirit unyielding," she murmured, her voice weaving through the air like a gentle breeze. "But remember, every blessing comes with a price." With a wave of her hand, the night sky erupted into a brilliant display of stars, and thunder rumbled in the distance. The heavens opened, pouring rain over the parched earth below. Alon felt the drops on his skin, cool and refreshing, like a balm for his weary soul. Joy surged through him as he imagined the fields dancing with life once more. But as quickly as the rain came, a dark weight pressed down upon his heart. "What is the price?" he whispered, an instinctive fear rising within him. Maria's gaze softened, but there was a storm brewing behind her eyes. "You must guard my secret well. There are those who would exploit my power for greed. If you reveal my existence, I will vanish forever, and the rain will cease." Alon nodded, the gravity of her words washing over him like the rain itself. He felt the bind of destiny wrapping around him, a tether between his love for his village and the mystique of the Dewata. And there, in that moment, as the rain fell like a symphony around them, a bond was forged, a promise that would ripple through time, intertwining their fates forever. Alon would keep her secret, but the weight of it would change him, marking him as a guardian of the legend. But even as he stood in the embrace of the rain, a creeping doubt began to curl its tendrils around his mind. What would happen when the villagers learned of the rain's source? Would they honor the magic, or would greed cloud their hearts? Little did he know. The shadows that lurked beyond the forest were watching, waiting for the moment to strike. As the tempest of emotions swirled within him, the night deepened, and the story of Maria Makiling and Alon had only just begun. The mountains would echo with their tale, one that would weave through the fabric of time, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of those who dared to believe in magic. In the silence of the early dawn, when the world seemed to hold its breath, two figures emerged from the thick mist that shrouded the earth. Malachus, strong and proud, stood tall against the backdrop of a waking sky, while Maganda, radiant and graceful, seemed to glow with an inner light. Their meeting was not just a chance encounter. It was the moment when everything began. A spark of life in a land that was just finding its voice. From the ancient tales whispered among the trees, the creation of these two was foretold. The elders spoke of a time when the world was young, made up of lush forests, soaring mountains, and rivers that sparkled like scattered stars. It was said that the first man, Malachus, was born from a bamboo stalk, while Maganda, the first woman, emerged from its slender side, a vision of beauty and strength intertwined. Their origins were not just a story. They were a testament to the bond between nature and humanity, a symbol of the balance that would govern their lives. As the sun broke over the horizon, bathing the land in hues of gold and amber, Malachus and Maganda felt the pull of destiny. They were not merely individuals. They were the embodiment of the earth and sky, strength and beauty, courage and grace. With every step they took, the ground beneath their feet seemed to hum with energy, as if the world itself recognized its new inhabitants. Malachus was fierce, his muscles rippling as he moved. He was the protector, the provider. His heart beat with the rhythm of the earth. Strong and steady, the animals of the forest revered him, and the winds whispered his name. Every tree seemed to bow in respect as he passed, a living testament to his spirit. Yet, there was a softness in his eyes, a hint of vulnerability that spoke of his longing for connection. He searched for someone who could match his strength, someone who could share in the beauty of life. Maganda, on the other hand, was a vision of elegance. Her laughter was like the tinkling of water over smooth stones, light and full of promise. She moved with a grace that captivated the very air around her. Flowers bloomed at her feet, and the birds sang sweeter songs when she approached. But behind her beauty was a strength that was often overlooked. She was the nurturer, the one who understood the language of the winds, the songs of the trees, and the whispers of the rivers. Her heart was a wellspring of emotions, deep and profound, ready to overflow with love and compassion. Their first encounter was electric, a collision of souls that ignited the very essence of creation. Malachus, drawn by the light that radiated from Maganda, approached her with a sense of reverence. "I am the strength of our land," he declared, his voice deep and resonant. Maganda looked up, her eyes shimmering like the morning dew. "And I am the beauty that brings life," she replied, her tone soft yet powerful. In that exchange, they understood that together they could create a world filled with wonder. As they began to explore their surroundings, the landscape responded to their presence. The mountains echoed their laughter, the rivers danced in delight. Together, they climbed hills and crossed valleys, planting the seeds of a new life. They built their home from the branches of trees and the stones of the earth, a sanctuary where nature flourished and love blossomed. It was a paradise, untouched and pure, where every sunrise promised new beginnings. But as with all tales of creation, shadows began to creep into their paradise. The harmony that had enveloped them was fragile, like the delicate wings of a butterfly. Darkness lingered at the edges of their world, whispering of jealousy, fear, and misunderstanding. Malakas and Maganda felt the weight of an unseen challenge looming over them, a test of their bond that would threaten to unravel the beautiful tapestry they had woven together. The elders' warnings echoed in their minds, tales of the trials that would come for those who dared to love deeply. The heart is a powerful force, they had said, capable of both great joy and profound sorrow. Despite this knowledge, Malakas and Maganda pressed on, determined to weather any storm that might arise. In each other's arms, they found strength, a refuge from the storms of doubt and fear. But as the days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, the balance of their paradise began to shift. The very essence of life around them began to change. The animals that once played in harmony grew restless. The rivers that sparkled began to murmur with unease. Dark clouds gathered above, heavy with the weight of unspoken fears and growing discord. One fateful evening, as twilight descended upon their haven, the first real test of their love appeared in the form of a mysterious figure emerging from the shadows. A powerful spirit, representing the forces of nature and the trials of humanity, had been watching them. "You must choose," it intoned, its voice echoing through the trees. "Will you allow your love to flourish, or will you let fear and doubt consume you?" Malakas's heart raced. He felt the urge to protect Maganda, to shield her from the darkness that loomed. But Maganda, with her deep understanding of the world, stepped forward. "We will not choose fear," she proclaimed, her voice steady and unwavering. "We will choose love, for it is in love that we find our true strength." The spirit paused, sensing the unwavering bond between them. It understood that their love was a force to be reckoned with, capable of overcoming any challenge. The air crackled with tension, a heartbeat of uncertainty hanging in the balance. Would love triumph, or would the shadows consume them? As night enveloped the land, the world seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the outcome of this monumental moment. Malakas and Maganda stood side by side, their hearts beating as one, ready to face whatever came next. And in that moment of unity, the heavens above began to shimmer, stars igniting with anticipation, as if the entire universe was leaning in, eager to witness the next chapter of their unfolding story. In the stillness of the night, when shadows twisted and danced under the pale light of the moon, a chilling breeze whispered through the trees, carrying tales of old. The small village of San Antonio lay quiet, but the people inside their homes were wide awake. They listened, not to the crooning of crickets or the rustling of leaves, but to the hushed murmurs of the aswang, a creature that prowled the darkness, feeding on fear and the souls of the innocent. Legends of the aswang had been handed down through generations, each retelling adding layers of dread to the already fearsome figure. This monster was not just a figment of imagination. It was a reflection of the village's deepest fears and anxieties. The aswang could take many forms, slipping into the skin of a beloved neighbor or a trusted friend. It was said that the aswang lived among them, blending seamlessly into the fabric of their lives, only revealing its true self when the moon hung high in the sky. The old folks spoke of a time when the aswang roamed freely, unchecked by the modern comforts of electricity or the busy streets of the city. In those days, the night was alive with sounds, cackling laughter, the flapping of wings, and the soft cries of the unwary. Parents would gather their children close when the sun dipped below the horizon, reminding them of the stories that held a dark truth. "Stay inside, or the aswang will get you," they would say. their voices trembling as they recalled the tales of loved ones who vanished without a trace. The aswang was said to have an insatiable appetite, preferring the flesh of the young and vulnerable. It was a vampire of sorts, but it also took the form of a ghoul, consuming the hearts of its victims. With each passing moon, the villagers grew more restless, their unease palpable. They would stay up late, peering through windows, their hearts pounding as they scanned the darkened streets for any sign of movement. Whispers echoed in the silence, warning of the dangers that lurked beyond their doors. One fateful night, when the moon shone like a silver coin against a pitch-black sky, Marcella, a young girl of 10, ventured outside to fetch water. Unbeknownst to her, she had crossed into the aswang's territory. As she filled her pitcher at the well, a shiver ran down her spine, a feeling that someone, or something, was watching her. She turned quickly, but saw nothing. Shaking off the eerie sensation, she hurried back to her home, her heart racing. Yet as she walked, a shadow moved behind her, silent as the grave, following her every step. As the wind howled through the trees, tales of the aswang began to unfold even in the depths of her thoughts. Just last week, her grandmother had spoken of a woman in a neighboring town, once vibrant and full of life, who vanished after nightfall. The villagers had searched for days, but she was never found. The aswang, her grandmother had whispered, takes those who stray too far into the dark. The memory clung to Marcella like a damp cloth, heavy with fear. In another part of the village, confusion reigned as suspicions grew. Neighbors eyed each other with distrust, wondering if the friendly face they encountered each day was merely a mask hiding the true identity of an aswang. The baker who kneaded dough in the early hours, the gentle healer who tended to the sick, any one of them could be the monster in disguise. The night deepened, and paranoia seeped into the hearts of the villagers, turning friends against one another. Maria, a spirited young woman, felt the weight of fear pressing on her chest as she looked out her window. She had seen the signs, the hollow eyes, the odd behavior of some townsfolk. They would laugh too loudly, their smiles too wide, as if trying to mask a darker truth. She recalled the stories passed down through her family, and her stomach twisted at the thought of an aswang lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers began to prepare for what lay ahead. They lit candles and set out garlic, believed to ward off evil spirits. Children huddled under blankets, wide-eyed as they listened to their parents recount tales of bravery against the aswang. But Maria was different. She felt an inexplicable draw towards the darkness. She wanted to confront the fear that gripped her village, to unveil the truth behind the myths that loomed like a specter over their lives. That very night, she crept out into the moonlit streets, her heart drumming in her chest. The cool night air was thick with tension as she made her way to the old church at the edge of town, a place that had seen countless battles between good and evil. Shadows flickered around her like gasp-inducing whispers, and she felt the weight of history pressing down, stories of bravery and fear intertwining in the fabric of the night. As she reached the church, a chilling sound echoed through the empty streets, a low, haunting wail that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Her breath caught in her throat as she clutched her lantern tightly, the flickering light providing little comfort. The air shifted, and she could feel it, the presence of something unspeakable lurking just beyond her reach. In that moment, The stories of the Aswang transformed from mere tales into a living nightmare. The reality of the monster merged with the myth, and Maria stood at the very edge of her own fears, ready to confront what had haunted her village for generations. The night was alive with the history of her ancestors, their courage and despair mingling with her own. As the sounds of the night crescendoed, she could almost see the figure coiling in the shadows, waiting, watching, ready to reveal its fangs. And as the moon climbed higher, illuminating the path ahead, the air grew electric with anticipation. The boundary between legend and reality, blurring in a way that could change everything. The Aswang was not just a monster of flesh and blood. It was the embodiment of fear, lurking not only in the darkness of the night, but within the hearts of those who dared to dream. And in the heart of Maria, a spark ignited, one that would pull her deeper into the night and into the very essence of the Aswang itself. The moon hung heavy in the night sky, its silvery glow spilling onto the waves like a shroud. The air was thick with anticipation, and beneath the surface of the sea lay an ancient secret, one that sent shivers down the spine of anyone daring to gaze into the dark waters. The Bakunawa, the legendary serpent of the sea, coiled through the depths. Its presence felt like a heartbeat in the ocean. Villagers along the coast whispered tales of the Bakunawa, a creature so immense it could swallow the moon whole. The elders spoke of how, during a lunar eclipse, the Bakunawa would rise, its glistening scales reflecting the moonlight as it reached up to grasp the moon with its gaping maw. Fear and reverence mingled with the salty breeze as children listened wide-eyed by flickering candlelight. If the Bakunawa swallows the moon, they were warned. The world will be cloaked in darkness, and the tides will turn against us. On the shore, a fisherman named Alon often stared at the horizon, captivated by the stories that danced in the air around him. His heart raced with a mixture of excitement and dread. The sea had always been a part of him, but the tales of the Bakunawa haunted his dreams, pulling him deeper into a realm where reality and myth intertwined. He could almost feel the serpent's scales brushing against his skin, the raw power of the creature sending electric shocks through the air. As dusk gathered, the villagers prepared for the night's ritual. They knew that every lunar eclipse required a tribute to appease the Bakunawa. They gathered fruits, shells, and flowers, forming a vibrant offering to cast into the sea. The rhythm of their drums echoed through the night, summoning the spirit of the serpent, calling it forth from its watery lair. Elon stood among them, his heart pounding with longing. He wished to catch a glimpse of the Bakunawa, not just through tales whispered by trembling lips, but with his own eyes. What if he could see the creature? What if he could call it forth like the others? The thought sent chills up his spine. He could almost hear the whispers of the sea, urging him to take a step forward, to brave the unknown. As the moon began to wane, shadows danced across the water, and the moment of eclipse approached. The villagers held their breath, eyes fixed on the shimmering surface. Suddenly, a ripple broke the stillness, a surge of water that sent waves crashing against the rocks. The air crackled with an energy that felt both terrifying and exhilarating. Alon took a step closer, the allure of the Bakunawa pulling him into its depths. In that fleeting instant, as darkness consumed the moon, a colossal form emerged from beneath the waves. The Bakunawa, with its sinuous body and glistening scales, arched above the water, a living embodiment of the ocean's power. Gasps echoed from the crowd, a mix of awe and terror as they beheld the creature that had haunted their dreams. Elon's heart raced, each beat a drum in synchronization with the pulse of the sea. The Bakunawa's eyes were like twin stars, piercing through the darkness, surveying the land that dared to worship, yet fear it. It twisted and turned, the water cascading off its body like diamonds, illuminating the night with an ethereal glow. The villagers fell to their knees, hands clasped in prayer, their voices rising in unison to chant the old songs of homage, pleading for the creature's mercy. But there was a storm within Elon. The urge to call out, to reach toward the majestic beast, surged within him. He could feel the pull of the Bakunawa's essence, a connection deeper than blood. Would it hear him if he spoke? As the waves roared around him, he felt his voice rising above the chants of the villagers. "O Bakunawa, mighty one, grant us your light." In that moment, time seemed to suspend. The Bakunawa paused, its gaze shifting towards Elon, as if weighing his very soul. The world around him faded, the chanting villagers becoming a mere echo in the vastness of the ocean. The serpent's presence wrapped around him like a warm embrace, a reminder of the ancient stories that shaped his very being. The eclipse deepened, plunging the world into a surreal twilight. Elon's heart raced. He was no longer just a spectator. He was part of the legend. But then, a chilling realization swept over him. The Bakunawa was not merely a guardian of the tides. It held the power to unleash chaos, to bring storms that could swallow entire villages. The legends spoke of its wrath, and Elon wondered if his calling would provoke it. Would the Bakunawa respond with fury? Would it bring devastation upon those who dared disturb its slumber? The villagers trembled, eyes wide with fear, realizing that they had awakened more than just a protector of the moon. But amidst the fear, Elon felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps they could commune with the Bakunawa, bridging the gap between earth and sea. As if sensing his struggle, the Bakunawa moved closer, its massive form parting the waters like a gentle giant. The creature's scales shimmered with every color of the twilight sky, mesmerizing everyone who laid eyes on it. Elon felt a rush of emotions: fear, wonder, awe, and a deep sense of longing. Could he offer something more than mere offerings? Could he forge a bond that transcended the tales of terror? Suddenly, the world shifted. The Bakunawa opened its jaws, revealing a cavern of darkness. Yet within it lay a glimmer of hope, a soft light that beckoned like a distant star. Elon's breath caught in his throat. The elders had spoken of this, a portal to a realm where the Bakunawa's true purpose lay hidden. But would he dare to enter? Would he take the risk to seek the truth behind the creature that held the moon in its grasp? The villagers watched in breathless anticipation, torn between fear and fascination, their eyes wide as they beheld the scene unfolding before them. Elon stood at the precipice, the weight of choice pressing down upon him like the deepest ocean's tide. In that moment, the air crackled with electric tension, a promise of revelations yet to come. The Bakunawa coiled, its gaze fixed upon Elon, a silent invitation lingering in the air. The night held its breath, the moon's light flickering like a dying ember, waiting for a soul brave enough to walk the path that lay ahead. And so, the tale of the Bakunawa continued, a loop of fate entwined with the lives of those who dared to believe in the magic of the sea. The air was thick with the scent of incense, mingling with the warmth of the setting sun. As ancient drums echoed through the dense forest, each beat vibrated in the chests of those gathered, a reminder of their connection to the earth and to one another. The people, clad in vibrant cloth adorned with symbols of their ancestors, moved with purpose toward the sacred site, a clearing bathed in golden light where the whispers of the past danced on the wind. In this place, rituals were not mere acts. They were lifelines that bound the community to their deities and the spirit world. The elders, with their weathered faces and wise eyes, prepared offerings that spoke of gratitude, supplication, and reverence. A bowl brimming with maize, glistening honey, and fruits, each item carefully selected, each element a story waiting to be unveiled. The maize represented sustenance, a blessing from the earth. The honey was a sweet promise of abundance, and the fruits told of life itself, vibrant and nurturing. As twilight fell, flickering torches illuminated the gathering. Faces glowed with a mix of anticipation and solemnity. The chief stepped forward, his voice rising above the rustle of leaves, calling to the spirits of their ancestors. His words flowed like a river, ancient and powerful, threading the past with the present. He invoked the names of the gods, each syllable a heartbeat in the pulse of the universe. The crowd responded, a collective breath held in the sacred silence that followed. From the shadows emerged a figure, draped in feathers and beads, embodying a shaman whose presence commanded reverence. With a gentle wave of his hand, he beckoned the spirits closer, his eyes shimmering with a knowing that reached beyond time. He began a dance, each movement deliberate, an offering of his body to the spirit world. His feet kissed the ground with whispers of promises and requests, while the drums began their fervent call, quickening the hearts of those who watched. As the shaman swayed, the air crackled with raw energy. An offering of a small animal was placed upon a stone altar, a gesture of sacrifice that sent shivers through the assembly. This was not just death, it was a transformation, a bridge between the living and the departed. The crowd's breath mingled with the flames as they watched, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. The animal, adorned with sacred symbols, was offered to the earth, a gift to ensure the balance of nature, a plea for continuing favor. A woman stepped forward, her hands trembling as she held a woven basket filled with herbs and flowers. These were not mere plants. They were carriers of prayers, each one imbued with the hopes and dreams of her family. As she scattered them in a swirling motion around the altar, her voice joined the chorus, calling for health, prosperity, and protection. The petals danced on the breeze, fluttering like the spirits she sought to invite into their midst. The night deepened, and with it came the stories, the spoken lore that floated like smoke through the gathering. An elder rose, his voice steady, as he recounted tales of great hunts, bounteous harvests, and fierce storms that had tested their resolve. Each story was a thread woven into the fabric of their existence, a reminder of the delicate balance they maintained with the world around them. When he spoke of the ancestors, the crowd leaned in closer, feeling the warmth of their presence, as if the very ground beneath their feet resonated with the lives lived before them. In the flickering light, a child watched wide-eyed, absorbing the sacredness of the evening. The rituals were not just a tradition, they were a promise, a connection to those who had come before, and a pathway to understanding the mysteries that lay ahead. The child whispered a wish into the night, hoping to be strong like the warriors of old and wise, like the elders who guided them. As the night wore on, the flames danced higher, flickering shadows weaving through the trees. The shaman's voice rose in a chant, demanding the attention of the spirits, urging them to accept their offerings. The crowd began to sway, drawn into the rhythm of the night, their hearts beating in unison with the drums. They surrendered to the moment, allowing the energy of the earth to flow through them, a tide of emotion that surged and ebbed like the ocean waves. But then, a sudden chill swept through the clearing, silencing the drums. An unsettling rustle in the underbrush caught everyone's attention. The air thickened, and an anxious energy filled the space. Was the spirit world responding, or was it a portent of something darker? Eyes darted around, fear creeping in like a thief. Whispers of unease floated among them, intermingling with the smoke that swirled upward, searching for the heavens. The shaman, sensing the disturbance, stood tall, his body still. He raised his arms toward the sky, demanding clarity. The people held their breath, waiting for a sign, for assurance that their faith would not betray them. Then, a sharp crack echoed through the woods, a branch perhaps, or something more sinister. Tension crackled in the air, thick enough to touch. A flicker of light danced beyond the trees, drawing everyone's eyes. Was it an omen, a spirit revealing itself, or merely the natural world settling into the night? The shaman moved toward the light, leading the crowd, and with each step, uncertainty mingled with hope. They were not just participants in a ritual. They were part of something greater, something eternal, where every cry of the night and flicker of the flame intertwined with the very essence of their being. As they approached, the pulse of the drums began to rise again, filling the air with a rhythm that seemed to speak directly to their souls, igniting courage within them. The boundary between the living and the spirit world began to blur, and with it came the profound understanding that their rituals and offerings were not just acts of devotion, but an indispensable thread in the tapestry of life itself. Each prayer, each offering, a note in a song that had been sung for generations, echoing through the ages, binding the past to the present in a never-ending dance. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient trading routes, where whispers of gods and legends flitted like fireflies in the gathering twilight. Along these paths, where merchants exchanged silk and spices, ideas and beliefs traveled, intertwining like the intricate designs of Indian tapestries. It was here that Hinduism and Buddhism stretched their hands across borders, creating a mosaic of mythology, rich enough to inspire the very stars above. In the vibrant markets of ancient India, stories floated through the air, told by storytellers whose voices danced with emotion. The tales spoke of Krishna, the blue-skinned god who played the flute, enchanting all who heard him. His mischievous nature and divine love captivated hearts, forming bonds that transcended time. Children would gather around, eyes wide with wonder, hanging onto each word as if it held the key to the universe itself. Meanwhile, in the shade of the banyan tree, there were whispers of Siddhartha Gautama, a prince who renounced worldly pleasures to seek enlightenment. His journey, filled with trials and revelations, inspired countless souls to follow in his footsteps, searching for their own truth. As kingdoms rose and fell, the influence of these two religions spread, weaving through the fabric of cultures, merging and evolving with each new touch. The stories of Hindu deities, replete with their vibrant personalities and cosmic battles, found their way into Buddhist teachings, enriching them with vivid imagery and deep emotion. The dance between these faiths was not merely theological, it was an artistic explosion, seen in the intricate sculptures of deities that adorned temples built in reverence to the divine. In the heart of Southeast Asia, the great temples of Angkor Wat echoed the grandeur of both traditions. Here, the stories of the Ramayana and Mahabharata, Hindu epics filled with drama and moral conflict resonated alongside the serene teachings of the Buddha. The Khmer Empire embraced both, depicting Vishnu and Shiva in stone alongside serene images of the Buddha, creating a breathtaking dialogue between myth and enlightenment. The elegant carvings told tales of love, war, and redemption, inviting all who entered to ponder the intricate dance of fate and free will. The influence of Hinduism on Buddhism was not one of dominance, but of deep respect and adaptation. As the Buddha taught of suffering and the path to liberation, the Hindu concepts of dharma and karma echoed through his teachings. The cycle of life and death, so fundamental in both belief systems, began to intertwine in the minds of those who sought understanding. In the sacred texts, one could find parallels that tugged at the heartstrings, resonating with the universal human experience of seeking meaning and purpose against the backdrop of an ever-changing world. As centuries passed, the Silk Roads became arteries of cultural exchange. Traders, travelers, and monks journeyed across deserts and mountains, carrying not only goods but the very essence of their beliefs. Each encounter sparked a flame of curiosity, igniting a passion for storytelling that transcended borders. Festivals became grand celebrations of mythology, where the tales of gods were sung and danced, illuminating the night sky with vibrant colors. In the shadows of these celebrations, the laughter of children blended with the solemn prayers of adults, creating a tapestry of sound that captured the essence of both faiths. In Japan, the influence of Buddhism took root alongside Shinto, creating a unique blend of beliefs and rituals. The serene simplicity of Zen Buddhism merged with the vibrant narratives of Hinduism, giving rise to new forms of art and philosophy. The cherry blossoms, symbols of beauty and transience, became a poignant reminder of the teachings of impermanence found in both traditions. Poets and artists, inspired by the depth of these connections, poured their hearts into their work, creating masterpieces that captured the fleeting moments of life, echoing the teachings of the Buddha and the vibrancy of Hindu mythology. China felt the ripples of this cultural exchange as well. The arrival of Buddhism transformed the landscape of its philosophical thought. The stories of the Hindu gods influenced the way people viewed their own deities, giving rise to a syncretism that enriched both traditions. The imagery of dragons and celestial beings began to intertwine with the narratives of avatars and bodhisattvas, forging a new understanding of the divine that transcended the confines of individual belief systems. In the quiet of temples, the scent of incense intertwined with the sounds of whispered prayers. The stories of gods and enlightened beings served as a balm for weary souls, guiding them through the trials of life. Each deity, whether from the Hindu pantheon or the Buddhist tradition, offered a unique lens through which to view the world, inviting followers to reflect on their own paths. The heart swelled with emotion as the tales of sacrifice and compassion unfolded in the flickering candlelight. And yet, the exchange was not without its challenges. As these cultural narratives intermingled, there were tensions that arose, leading to conflicts and misunderstandings. But through it all, the fundamental human search for meaning persisted, weaving a thread of hope through the struggles. The stories that emerged, a tapestry of rich colors and textures, allowed individuals to find common ground, helping to bridge the gaps between diverse beliefs and practices. With every heartbeat, the echoes of these mythologies inspired generations to seek their own truths. The lessons of the past continued to resonate in the present, creating a bridge that spanned cultures and time. Each story, each legend, carried the weight of history and emotion, inviting people from all walks of life to reflect on their existence and the universe that cradled them. As the last rays of sunlight faded, casting a warm glow over the gathering dusk, the ancient tales whispered through the air, promising to carry on the conversation of gods and mortals, of love and loss, of enlightenment and shadow. The stage was set for new narratives to unfold, as the intricate tapestry of beliefs wove tighter, creating a future that was as rich and dynamic as the stories of old. And in that moment, beneath the vastness of the sky, the promise of connection lingered, an eternal thread that would bind souls across time and space, endlessly propelling the quest for understanding and belonging. The crisp air of the Caribbean was filled with a mix of salty sea spray and the distant sounds of drums echoing from the shores of the Taino villages. Brightly colored canoes glided upon the gentle waves, their paddles cutting through the water, while laughter floated like a delicate melody. This was a world vibrant with life, where the sun painted the horizon in hues of orange and pink, and the earth thrummed with the heartbeat of a thriving culture. But in the distance, a shadow loomed, a fleet of ships, their sails billowing like ominous clouds on the horizon. As the ships drew closer, their wooden hulls creaked against the waves, carrying with them men clad in armor and the unmistakable scent of ambition. These were the Spanish explorers, led by Christopher Columbus, whose eyes sparkled not just with the lust for gold, but with a fervent desire to spread the Christian faith. The Taino people, unaware of the storm about to engulf them, continued their daily rituals, their beliefs deeply rooted in the spirits of their ancestors and the land they held sacred. The first encounter was one of wonder and confusion. Columbus and his crew stepped onto the sandy shores, their armor glinting under the sun, while the Taino approached with cautious curiosity. Mutual smiles faded quickly as the two worlds collided, neither fully grasping the other's intent. The Taino, with their gentle nature, believed they were welcoming friends, but the Spanish men saw only potential, riches to be claimed, and souls to be saved. The clash of beliefs was immediate and palpable. The Taino viewed their world through a lens of harmony, where nature was revered as a living entity, and the spirits of the ancestors were honored with every breath of wind. They believed in a balance, a set of interconnected relationships that shaped their existence. In stark contrast, the Spanish arrived with a singular vision: to conquer and convert. Their god was a jealous one, demanding loyalty above all, and the Taino way of life appeared as a direct challenge to their beliefs. Tensions simmered just beneath the surface as Columbus and his men began to establish a foothold in this new land. They erected wooden structures that seemed to scrape the sky, a stark contrast to the organic homes of the Taino. The sound of hammers and saws filled the air, drowning out the native songs that once danced among the trees. The Taino watched, bewildered, as the invaders imposed their will, claiming land and resources that had belonged to their ancestors for generations. But it was not just the land that was at stake. It was the very essence of identity. With each passing day, the Spanish demanded more from the Taino. "Convert or be punished," they declared, their voices cold and ridged. The missionaries came like storm clouds, spreading the message of Christianity, wielding crosses like swords. They saw the Taino's beliefs as primitive, mere shadows of the true faith. What they couldn't see was how deeply intertwined these beliefs were with the very fabric of life. The cornfields, the rivers, the mountains held stories that echoed through time. One bright morning, under the watchful gaze of the sun, A Taino chief stood before Columbus, his heart pounding in his chest. This was a moment suspended in time, a crossroads between worlds. He spoke with reverence, reminding the Spanish of their shared humanity and the beauty of his people's ways. But Columbus, though intrigued, brushed aside the chief's words, fixated instead on gold glistening in the sun. The chief felt the weight of centuries pressing upon him, the stories of his ancestors whispering in his ear. They warned him of what was to come, of the devastation and despair that would follow. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the land, the initial curiosity transformed into something darker. The Spanish began to impose their will, seeking to dominate not just the land, but the very spirit of the Taino. Enslaved and forced to work in the gold mines, many Taino succumbed to exhaustion and disease, their vibrant lives fading like the light of the setting sun. The drums that once echoed joy now mourned a loss too profound to grasp. Each encounter between the two cultures was marked by misunderstanding. The Taino offered fish and cassava, gifts of friendship, while the Spanish viewed these offerings as tokens of submission. A miscommunication that would irrevocably change the course of history. The Taino believed they were forging alliances, unaware that the Spaniards sought to cement their dominance. In the villages, fear replaced laughter, and whispers of rebellion filled the cool night air. The Taino felt the fire of their ancestors burning within them, a fire that demanded to be honored. Voices rose in defiance, calling for unity against the invaders. But the Spanish had weapons that roared like thunder, and soon the cries of the Taino were drowned out by the clash of steel, a cacophony that punctuated the air with dread. Days turned into weeks, and the landscape shifted. The once lush and thriving villages became ghostly echoes of what they had been. The Spanish, fueled by greed and a misguided sense of superiority, pushed deeper into Taino territories, believing their faith gave them the right to claim anything they touched. The majestic trees stood witness to the unfolding tragedy, their roots intertwined with the sorrow of a people who had lived in harmony with the land for centuries. Underneath the surface of this upheaval, the lives of the Taino were woven together by resilience. They held on to their beliefs, even as the world around them crumbled. Tales of old were whispered among the young, lessons of strength and unity passed down like precious heirlooms. The drums, though silenced, beat within their chests, urging them to remember who they were. In the shadows of oppression, a flicker of hope emerged. The Taino knew they could not let their spirit be extinguished. They began to gather, to plan, and to dream of a time when they could reclaim their home and their beliefs. The arrival of the Spanish had brought destruction, but it had also ignited a fire of resistance, a fire that would burn brightly in the annals of history, echoing the truths of who they were. As the battles raged and the skies darkened, the stage was set for an inevitable clash, one that would resonate across generations, leaving scars upon the land. The arrival of the Spanish colonizers had become a catalyst for change, a moment where two worlds collided, and the consequences of that clash would echo for centuries to come. The air was thick with tension, a storm brewing on the horizon, as the Taino prepared not just to defend their land, but to fight for the very essence of their existence. The story, like the ocean, continued to swell, preparing for waves of change yet to come. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the cobblestone streets of a small village in the Philippines. Children played while their laughter danced in the warm breeze, a stark contrast to the whispers of fear that lingered in the air. Legends of old, once cherished and celebrated, began to dissolve like mist in the morning light, surrendering to the weight of foreign conquests. The arrival of the Spanish had ignited a transformation, not only of land, but also of the very fabric of belief that wove through the lives of the people. As priests in long robes arrived on gnarled horses, clutching heavy crosses, the vibrant tales of gods and spirits began to fade. The deep-rooted tales of Bathala, the supreme god, whose presence was felt in every rustle of leaves and every ripple of water, were met with skepticism and disdain. The villagers, once proud of their pantheon of deities, like the playful, mischievous Lakan and the fierce, protective Maria Makiling, now found themselves caught in a whirlwind of conflicting ideologies. The old gods, once revered, were painted as mere figments of imagination, mere relics of a time deemed uncivilized. Among the villagers stood Isabella, a fierce young woman whose heart burned brightly with the echoes of her ancestors. Her grandmother had often told her stories of the Dewata, ethereal beings who roamed the forests, protecting nature and guiding souls. The tales filled Isabella's nights with wonder, but during the day, she felt the oppressive gaze of the Spanish clergy, their eyes filled with judgment. The sacred rituals that once brought the community together were now shunned as pagan practices that must be eradicated. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Isabella gathered her friends near the riverbank. They whispered softly, sharing stories of the old ways. "Do you remember the night the Dewata danced under the moonlight?" one friend asked, her voice trembling with nostalgia. The laughter that followed was filled with both joy and sorrow, a yearning for a past that felt increasingly unreachable. But in the shadows, the tension grew. The priest, Father Miguel, was relentless in his mission to convert the villagers. His sermons echoed through the village, warning them of eternal damnation should they cling to their old beliefs. Fear gripped the hearts of many, and slowly, the vibrant tapestry of mythology began to unravel. The stories that once united them now whispered of division. "To believe in the old ways is to court disaster," Father Miguel would thunder, his voice booming through the chapel, drowning out the soft murmur of the river beyond. Yet, amidst this conflict, a flicker of resilience began to emerge. Some villagers, like Isabella, refused to let go of their heritage. They began to weave their myths with the threads of Catholicism, crafting a new narrative that honored both the past and the present. Stories of saints intertwined with tales of Dewata, creating a rich, complex tapestry that reflected their struggle to preserve identity. Perhaps, Isabella mused one night as she gazed at the stars, the gods and the saints can coexist. They may not be so different after all. As the days turned into months, the village began to transform. The old sacred shrines were often defaced, but the people would quietly restore them at night, replanting flowers and lighting candles in secret. The sacred dances, once performed openly, now took place under the veil of darkness, where laughter mingled with the rustle of palm leaves. Isabella became a beacon for those who still believed. With each clandestine gathering, a shared understanding grew. Mythology could morph, but its essence could never be extinguished. One fateful day, a powerful storm descended upon the village, fierce winds howling and rain lashing like 1,000 arrows. The villagers gathered in the church, fear etched on their faces. But Isabella found herself drawn to the outside. She stood amidst the chaos, feeling the raw energy of the storm, a reminder of the Dewata's might. She raised her arms to the heavens, invoking the spirits of her ancestors, calling upon their strength. The winds howled in response, swirling around her in a tempestuous embrace. In that moment, the villagers watched in awe as Isabella transformed their fear into a celebration of their heritage. They joined her, singing songs that echoed through the storm, merging prayers to both the Catholic saints and the Diwata. The storm raged on, but within that cyclone of chaos, something beautiful emerged, an unbreakable bond of community, strengthened by their shared identity and the acceptance of both the old and the new. Then came the day when Father Miguel, witnessing the growing defiance, sought to stamp out this rebellion once and for all. He marched into the village, fury radiating from him like heat from a fire. "You will abandon these foolish beliefs," he demanded, his voice booming. But the villagers stood firm, their spirits ignited by Isabella's courage. They were no longer afraid of the shadows, for they had learned to dance within them. In the midst of this clash, the old stories found a new life. The villagers began to craft their own myths, where saints and Diwata wandered together, guiding them through hardships and joys alike. Legends were born anew, tales that spoke of harmony rather than division. As the Spanish rule continued, the mythology of the land transformed into a living testament of resilience. No longer was it merely a struggle for survival. It was a celebration of identity, a declaration of defiance. As Isabella stood on the riverbank one last time, she felt the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, a rhythm that echoed the voices of her ancestors. The sun dipped low, casting a golden glow over her face, and she knew that their stories would live on, woven into the very essence of who they were. The transformation of mythology during Spanish rule had not extinguished the flame of their heritage. Instead, it had ignited a fire that would burn brightly for generations to come. And so, as laughter danced on the breeze and the night embraced the village, the tales continued to intertwine, each thread a reminder that belief, in all its forms, could never truly be silenced. The transformation would persist, but within its folds lay the spirit of a people, forever unyielding, forever connected to the stories that shaped them. In a dimly lit room, a flickering candle casts shadows on the walls, illuminating a colorful tapestry of devotion. The air is thick with incense, blending scents of copal and myrrh, while the faint sound of a distant guitar strumming a soft melody fills the space. Here, in this sacred corner of the world, the line between the divine and the earthly blurs, creating a vibrant tapestry of faith that binds together centuries of struggle, hope, and resilience. Across Latin America, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolds, a fusion of beliefs that speaks to the very soul of the people. Folk saints emerge from the undercurrents of history, rising from the ashes of colonial oppression, embodying the spirit of the indigenous peoples while intertwining seamlessly with Catholicism. These figures, often born from the stories of common people, become the sanctified symbols of hope, healing, and protection. Take, for instance, the figure of Santa Muerte, a skeletal representation of death that transcends traditional religious boundaries. In vibrant altars adorned with marigolds and candles, devotees pray for her intercession, seeking guidance and solace in a world often filled with chaos. Her story is not merely one of death, but of life, a powerful reminder of the cycles that connect all beings. Striking an emotional chord with those who feel marginalized, she stands as a protector of the outcasts, those who society often forgets. In the rural heart of Mexico, there's a gentle woman named La Santa Muerte. Her presence looms large, cloaked in rich fabrics, embracing both the living and the departed. As the sun sets, her devotees gather, clasping worn rosaries and old photographs, their voices rising in a heartfelt chorus. They share tales of lost loved ones and unanswered prayers, their eyes glistening with unspoken desires. In their whispers, the weight of the world seems to lift as they connect with her spirit, weaving their hopes into the very fabric of her being. Meanwhile, in the lush mountains of Peru, a different spirit takes flight, La Pachamama, revered as the Earth Mother. She embodies the very essence of the land, a powerful symbol of fertility and sustenance. The indigenous communities turn to her, offering thanks for the harvest, asking for protection over their homes. Rituals filled with vibrant colors and rhythmic dances echo through the valleys, uniting people in a sacred bond with nature. They feel her presence in the rustling leaves, in the flowing rivers, and in the heartbeat of the earth itself. As twilight drapes its cloak over the land, the stories of these folk saints intertwine, their legacies reflecting the enduring spirit of those who came before. Each tale resonates deeply, echoing with the laughter and tears of generations. The faithful gather, sharing their experiences of miracles attributed to these figures, lives transformed by a single act of grace, illnesses healed, and poverty uplifted. The passion in their voices sends shivers down the spine, as if the very air crackles with energy, charged by the palpable connection between the seen and the unseen. In the small towns where candles flicker in windows, the folk saints are not mere icons. They are the essence of daily life. Children grow up hearing stories of their miraculous deeds, learning that faith can exist in the unlikeliest of forms. In these tales, the boundaries between the sacred and the mundane dissolve, allowing the people to find solace in a world that often feels unforgiving. They take comfort in the belief that their struggles are not in vain, that the spirits walk beside them, offering guidance and strength. Yet, this blending of beliefs does not come without its challenges. For centuries, the Church has wrestled with the growing influence of folk saints, struggling to maintain its grip on the spiritual landscape. The clash of traditions creates tension, but it also sparks a deeper understanding. The Church acknowledges that it cannot erase the past. Instead, it must learn to coexist with it, recognizing the rich tapestry of beliefs that defines the people. In the shadows of the grand cathedrals, the folk saints thrive, their stories of compassion and resilience woven into the very stone of the buildings. The faithful come together under the weight of history, sharing their hopes and fears, united in their devotion. They light candles and offer flowers, their hearts entwined with the spirits that guide them. In these sacred spaces, the cries of the marginalized echo, and the voices of the ancestors rise, reminding all that faith is not confined to the walls of a church, but exists in the hearts of those who believe. As the night deepens, the flickering candles cast a warm glow on the faces of those gathered, revealing expressions etched with hope and longing. Each person carries a story, a connection to a folk saint that has shaped their lives. The air hums with anticipation, a reminder of the powerful ties that bind them together, across cultures, across time. In the distance, the sound of a guitar strumming a lively tune breaks the hushed reverence, urging the crowd to dance. Laughter erupts, intertwining with prayers whispered under breath. This is not just a celebration. It is an affirmation of life itself, of the belief that joy can bloom even in the darkest of times. The folk saints bear witness to this resilience, their spirits uplifting those who seek their guidance, reminding all that the journey of faith is as much about struggle as it is about hope. With every heartbeat, the stories of the folk saints grow richer, a tapestry woven from the fabric of humanity, binding together the sacred and the mundane. As the night unfolds, it becomes clear that the journey does not end here. It is merely the beginning of a deeper understanding. The spirits linger, whispering promises of healing and protection, inviting all to continue walking the path of faith intertwined with culture, forever merging the old with the new. The candle flames dance higher, illuminating the way forward, ensuring that the stories of the folk saints will never fade into darkness. In the quiet tapestry of the Philippine archipelago, where emerald hills embrace the shimmering sea, ancient whispers linger in the air, telling tales of powerful women who shaped the world with their wisdom, strength, and divine grace. Underneath the shadows of towering trees and among the rustling leaves, the stories of goddesses and heroines pulse, like the heartbeats of the land itself. Here, in this sacred space, the past weaves itself with the present, creating a vibrant mosaic of myth and legend, where women emerge not just as figures of beauty, but as formidable forces. There's a stirring in the air, an electric hum of stories waiting to be told. The vibrant threads of mythology spin tales of Malakas and Maganda, the first man and woman, who embodied the perfect union of strength and beauty, setting the stage for generations to come. Their legacy isn't just in their creation of humanity, but in the profound respect for the feminine spirit that echoes through every corner of the islands. But it is the goddesses who truly shine, illuminating paths for mortals to follow, their deeds echoing in the hearts of the people. Bida, the goddess of rice, stands tall, her presence a reminder of sustenance and fertility. She is often depicted cradling grains in her hands, symbolizing not just nourishment, but the life force itself. Her stories are sung in every harvest, celebrated in festivals where women dance, their laughter echoing the abundance she provides. In the quiet moments of planting and reaping, the women of the Philippines find strength in her, the embodiment of their resilience. With every grain they tend to, they call upon Bida, weaving their hopes and dreams into the soil, a connection forged across time. Then there is Maria Makiling, the enchanting Diwata of the forests, a spirit both fierce and nurturing. She watches over the mountains, her eyes glinting like stars in the night sky. When storms rage and the land trembles, it is her voice that calms the winds. The villagers tell tales of her soothing presence, of how she saves lost souls from despair and guides them back to safety. Her stories spark a fire in every heart, reminding them of the sanctity of nature and their role as stewards of this beautiful land. With every whispered breeze, they hear her call, a gentle reminder of their bond with the earth, urging them to protect the very essence of life. Yet, not all stories are wrapped in tranquility. The fierce tales of women warriors like Lamang's mother, who defied norms and wielded her sword with unyielding might, send shivers down the spine. Lamang, born to a powerful lineage, learned from her the art of fighting, the strength to defend what is right. She is a force of nature, leading her people into battle, her heart ablaze with the fire of justice. Her legacy inspires a generation of women who rise against oppression, igniting a spirit of rebellion within every soul that dares to dream of a world without boundaries. The legends of the goddess Hanan, the dawn, fill the air with whispers of hope. Every morning, as the sun breaks free from the horizon, it is her embrace that warms the earth. She symbolizes new beginnings, a gentle reminder that with every dusk comes the promise of a new day. Women draw strength from her, finding solace in the knowledge that no matter how dark the night may seem, the dawn will always come. Hanan's light shines on their paths, illuminating their struggles and triumphs, encouraging them to rise again and again, to embrace the challenges life throws their way. Yet amidst these divine figures, the stories of ordinary women, woven into the fabric of mythology, remind us that heroes come in all forms. The sagas of the Babaylan, the female shamans who bridged the mortal and spiritual realms, pulse with the heartbeat of the past. They were revered as healers, their wisdom sought in times of crisis. These women harnessed the power of nature, the elements responding to their calls. Their ceremonies resonate through generations, their chants an invocation of strength and sacredness. The Babaylan were not just practitioners of the mystical, they were leaders, guiding their communities, their spirits soaring in the winds of change. As the tales unfold, the tension rises with every word, the emotions swirling like a tempest. The legends of the goddess Idianale, the protector of laborers, resonates within the hearts of those who toil. She empowers the weary, urging them onward, reminding them of the dignity found in hard work. In her name, men and women alike find the strength to rise before dawn, laboring under the sun, their sweat a testament to their devotion. The spirit of Idianale inspires them to create, to build, and to dream, a binding force that connects their aspirations with the very essence of their identity. In these moments, the stories flow seamlessly, intertwining with the rhythms of the earth. Each woman, each goddess, stands as a pillar of strength, their narratives echoing through time. The struggles and victories of the past are not mere echoes, but living legacies, breathing life into the present. These tales beckon the listeners, a chorus rising from the depths of history, urging them to embrace their own strength and courage. As the sun sets on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the sea, the shadows of these women loom larger than life, their stories imprinted on the hearts of every listener. The air thickens with anticipation, the emotional weight of their journeys unending. Each tale flows into the next, a tapestry of inspiration that binds generations together. The pulse of the land quickens, resonating with the strength of women who have come before, fueling the fire within those who will follow. In this endless cycle of myth and reality, where heroes are born and goddesses reign, the spirit of the Philippine Islands is alive. The stories beckon, weaving a spell that draws all who dare to listen into the heart of their legacy, a rich, vibrant dance of past and present, ever entwined. The air was thick with anticipation, a shared heartbeat pulsing through the gathering of men beneath the old banyan tree. Each face told a story of struggle, triumph, and unbreakable bonds sewn together by the fabric of loyalty. Whispers danced like fireflies in the twilight, flickering with tales of the Kapatiran, a brotherhood forged in the crucible of adversity, a loyalty that transcended bloodlines. Each member of the Kapatiran wore his heart on his sleeve, their loyalty as strong as the woven fibers of the traditional barong Tagalog that adorned their bodies. They were united not just by shared experiences, but by the eternal struggle against those who sought to divide them. In a world where betrayal lurked around every corner, their unity became a fortress. They stood shoulder to shoulder against the tides of uncertainty, their laughter and camaraderie a balm against the harshness of life. And then there were the Tagabugso, those spirited souls who roamed the hills and valleys, their laughter echoing like the distant sound of a waterfall. They lived by a code that honored the spirit of the land and the ancestors who walked it before them. They understood the power of nature, a force both nurturing and ferocious, and they respected it. Their lives were a song sung in harmony with the earth, and their joy was infectious. But beneath that vibrant exterior lay a fierce loyalty, an unyielding bond that made them formidable allies. As dusk began to swallow the last rays of sunlight, the Kapatiran gathered to share stories of their past exploits. Under the gentle glow of lanterns, illuminated only by flickering flames, tales of bravery and sacrifice filled the air. A hush fell over the crowd as Old Man Andoy recounted the time they faced a rival group intent on breaking their spirit. His voice, raw with emotion, painted a picture of treachery, of moments when shadows threatened to consume them. Yet, amidst the chaos, a spark of unity ignited. Men who had once been strangers stood together as brothers, their resolve unshakable. Loyalty was not just a word for them, it was a lifeline. Andoy's eyes glistened with the weight of memories as he spoke of their fierce stand against the encroaching darkness. Each man present felt the warmth of kinship, growing stronger with each word. The Kapatiran were not merely a group, they were a family bound by shared pain and triumph, a tapestry woven from the threads of their experiences. Then came the Tagabugso, their voices rising like the wind through the trees. They spoke of life in the mountains, where the sun kissed the earth and the rivers sang lullabies. The Tagabugso danced with life as they recounted their adventures, celebrations under the stars, hunting trips that turned into competitions of skill and courage. Yet, lurking beneath the laughter was a sense of danger. The world outside their sanctuary was unpredictable, filled with those who would exploit their harmony for their gain. It was during one such gathering that a shadow fell over them. The news of an impending attack rattled the air. A rival faction, jealous of the Kapatiran's strength and the Tagabugso's vibrant spirit, plotted to dismantle their world. Fear crept into the hearts of the bravest among them, but it was loyalty that lit the path forward. They would not allow their bond to be severed. They understood that they were not just fighting for their lives. They were fighting for something greater, a legacy of brotherhood that had transcended generations. The night grew darker, thick with tension as they planned their defense. Old scars were laid bare, memories of past battles resurfacing in hushed tones. Yet, through the unease, a fierce determination sparked in every heart. They would stand together, even if it meant standing against insurmountable odds. The Kapatiran and the Tagabugso were more than allies. They were a force, a living testament to the strength that lay in unity. As dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of hope, they readied themselves. The air was electric, charged with the adrenaline of warriors preparing for battle. Their hearts beat as one, each thump a reminder of their shared purpose. They were not alone. The ties of brotherhood wove through them like an unbreakable chain. When the enemy finally arrived, they were met not with panic, but with a wall of unwavering loyalty. The once quiet landscape erupted into chaos as men fought not just for themselves, but for their brothers beside them. Each clash of swords echoed the weight of their history and the promise of their future. Yet, in the heat of battle, moments of vulnerability emerged. There were glances exchanged, silent prayers for those who fell, and fierce cries of encouragement. The enemy was relentless, but so were they. For every blow received, 10 were returned. The battlefield became a canvas, painted with the colors of valor and sacrifice. It was in those final breathtaking moments that the true meaning of brotherhood and loyalty crystallized. The Kapatiran and Tagabugso stood as one, their spirits unyielding against the onslaught. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and earth, mingling with the cries of those fighting for something far greater than themselves. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, the outcome of their struggle hung in the balance, a testament to the power of loyalty that pulsed through their veins. Each breath they took was a reaffirmation of their connection, binding them in ways that words could never fully express. The fight was not over. It was only just beginning, woven into the very fabric of their existence. The earth trembles, a deep growl emanating from the belly of the tall volcano, a reminder that nature holds both beauty and terror in its hands. Locals remember the day the sky turned dark, as if a giant had pulled a heavy curtain across the sun. Ash rained down, coating the world in a fine layer of gray, swallowing the vibrant colors of life. It was a day etched in the memories of those in the surrounding towns, a day when the land seemed to roar with fury, and the souls of the people felt the weight of ancient myths pressing down upon them. Long before the volcano's last eruption, tales of its power swirled through the villages, like the smoke that sometimes billowed from its peak. Elders spoke of a time when the volcano was not just a mountain, but a mighty god named Bathala, who watched over the land. It was said that Bathala held the spirits of the ancestors in his fiery embrace, and when angered, he would spew forth flames and ash to remind mortals of their place in the universe. The stories told of how villagers would offer sacrifices, flowers, and even livestock, hoping to appease the restless god and ensure their safety. On stormy nights, children huddled close to their parents, eyes wide with fear as they listened to tales of the Kapre, a giant who lived in the trees nearby, smoking his pipe and watching over the land. They were warned not to stray too close to the volcano's crater, for it was said that the Kapre would snatch away those who dared to venture too far, dragging them down into the fiery depths. The legends spun a web of fear and fascination that wrapped around the hearts of the people and tied their lives to the fate of the mountain. Each eruption brought with it fresh stories of survival and loss, of families torn apart and rebuilt amidst the ashes. In 1965, when Tal erupted, the earth shook violently, and the sky turned red as if the sun itself had bled. The townsfolk fled, their hearts racing as they left behind homes filled with memories. The air smelled of sulfur and despair, and the ground beneath their feet felt unstable, as if it were the very fabric of their lives, unraveling before their eyes. As the ash settled, the stories of the brave emerged, those who faced the wrath of nature with unwavering courage. Farmers returned to the land, tilling the fertile soil enriched by the volcanic aftermath, planting seeds of hope amidst the remnants of catastrophe. It was said that the volcano, in its destructive fury, also gifted the land a new life, a cycle of death and rebirth that echoed the stories of the gods. In the quiet moments after an eruption, the elders would gather at dusk. They spoke in hushed tones, recounting tales of the mythical creatures that roamed the forests surrounding Taal. The community believed that the spirits of those who perished in the volcano's fury lingered on, protecting the land and guiding the living. The whispers of the past intertwined with the present, creating a tapestry of hope and fear that resonated in every corner of the community. There was the story of the young girl who vanished during a great eruption. As the earth rumbled and ash filled the air, her family searched frantically for her, calling her name, their voices lost in the chaos. Days turned into weeks, and despair threatened to swallow them whole. Then, on a moonlit night, she returned, her eyes wide with wonder. "I saw the spirits," she said, her voice trembling with awe. "They showed me a place where the sky meets the ground, where the earth sings." The villagers marveled at her tale, finding comfort in the idea that the girl had been touched by the divine. Yet not all stories were sweetened by hope. The elders recounted the legend of the lost souls, those who had dared to dismiss Taal's power, believing themselves immune to its wrath. One such man, a proud farmer, mocked the mountain's might, laughing at the warnings of the elders. Then came an unexpected eruption, fierce and relentless. His fields lay in ruins, and he was swallowed by the very earth he had disrespected. The villagers warned their children never to scorn the mountain, for it was a living being, capable of both nurturing and destruction. As the sun set in hues of orange and purple, the villagers gathered to light candles, their flickering flames a symbol of resilience. They shared stories of their ancestors, intertwining the past with the present, refusing to let the volcano's fury dim the light of their spirits. Each tale rekindled the fire within them, igniting emotions that danced like the flames in their lanterns. In the distance, the mountain loomed, its silhouette framed against the night sky, a reminder of the balance between beauty and danger. The legend of Taal continued to grow, an ever-expanding tale that wound through time. The earth beneath their feet felt alive, vibrating with the whispers of the past. Each tremor was a reminder, a call to remember the lessons of history, to hold on to the threads that connected them to the land and their ancestors. And so, the villagers went on, their lives infused with the stories of the Taal volcano, weaving a rich narrative filled with hope and fear, sacrifice and survival. Each eruption was not just a natural disaster, but a chapter in a story that spanned generations, binding them to the very heart of their land. The myths around Taal thrived in the shadows, waiting for the next eruption to breathe life into a new tale, propelling the villagers into the embrace of their shared history, their fates intertwined with the mountain's restless spirit. With each passing year, the tension hung in the air like a thick fog as they awaited the volcano's next song, a melody of destruction and renewal that echoed through their hearts, urging them to remember. Always remember. The stories would never end, for in every tremor, every whisper of the wind, lay the promise of another tale waiting to be told. Beneath the vast canopy of stars, a night sky cast its shimmering glow over a small village in the Philippines. Here, the air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and the songs of crickets filled the silence of the night. A young man named Mateo stood at the edge of the rice field, his heart heavy with questions. Why was he born into this life, bound by the traditions of his ancestors? Was he destined to toil endlessly under the sun, or was there something greater waiting for him beyond the horizon? Fate and destiny wove through the very fabric of Filipino culture, a thread connecting generations, rich with stories and lessons. For Mateo, the whispers of his family echoed in the back of his mind. Pagpapaubaya, they said, a word that carried the weight of surrender and trust. It was more than just a concept. It was a way of life, a belief that there was a grand design guiding them all. The elders spoke of it with reverence, sharing tales of how rivers carved their paths through mountains, how the stars aligned on the night of one's birth, deciding their fates. As the moon hung low, illuminating his thoughts, Mateo recalled the story of his grandmother, a woman of resilience, and grace. In her youth, she had faced the fierce winds of change during the war. With each passing day, she learned to let go of the things she could not control. When soldiers invaded their town, taking away her brother and burning their home, she held on to the belief that their family would be reunited. Her unwavering faith in destiny helped her survive the darkest of times. Mateo often wondered if he could embody that same strength, that same willingness to surrender to the greater powers at play. Yet, as the years passed, a fire ignited within him. It grew stronger with each tale of his ancestors, stories of brave souls who carved their paths against the odds. Did they truly just accept what came their way, or did they fight back with every ounce of their being? He thought of the revolutionaries, the ones who dared to challenge the chains of oppression, believing not just in fate, but in their agency to change it. Their stories filled him with pride, but also confusion, a dichotomy that danced within him. In the village, the winds whispered of lives unchanged, of dreams deferred. The elders often gathered under the bullet tree, sharing words of wisdom with the younger generation. Pagpapaubaya is trusting the universe to lead you, they would say, their voices smooth like the flow of the river. It's about accepting what comes, but also knowing when to take a stand. Mateo listened intently, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and hope. Was he meant to accept his fate, or was he destined to carve a new path? One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon in a blaze of orange, Mateo found himself drawn to the bullet tree, where stories swirled like leaves in the wind. He watched as his neighbors shared laughter and sorrow, each face illuminated by flickering lanterns. The night was alive with tales of love, loss, and the unyielding spirit of the Filipino people. It struck him that the very essence of life was woven through their shared experiences, a tapestry filled with vibrant colors, yet tinged with shadows of pain. A sudden hush fell over the crowd as an elderly man began to speak, his voice trembling but strong. He told of a day when the village faced a terrible drought. The fields were dry, and hope was dwindling. The villagers gathered, each one offering prayers and sacrifices to the spirits. They poured their hearts into the ground, believing that if they surrendered their fears and trusted in fate, the rain would come. When the skies finally opened, flooding the fields with life-giving water, the villagers rejoiced. Their faith had been rewarded, but not without a price. They learned that while they could not control the rain, they could cultivate their fields with care and love. Mateo felt a shiver run down his spine. There it was, the thin line between fate and the choices they made. Each decision held weight. Each moment rippled through time, forever altering the course of their lives. As the stories unfolded, he realized that destiny wasn't simply about passive acceptance. It was about actively participating in the dance of life. The night deepened, and a storm began to brew on the horizon, mirroring the turmoil within Mateo's heart. As thunder rumbled, he felt a surge of adrenaline. Would he follow the path his ancestors laid before him, or would he dare to chart his course? The juxtaposition of fate and free will gripped him like the tempestuous winds outside. As the rain began to fall, Mateo stood tall, soaking wet, but resolute. He could feel the energy around him shift, as if the universe was conspiring to push him forward. The stories of his family surged through his veins. The courage of his grandmother, the defiance of his ancestors, ignited a fire within him. He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his lineage and the pull of his own dreams. In that moment, he understood the essence of pagpapaubaya. It was not simply about letting go. It was about the willingness to trust in the journey, even when the way was unclear. The rain poured down harder, drenching the earth, yet it felt like a cleansing, a rebirth. The storm outside mirrored the storm inside, and both were necessary for growth. Deep within, Mateo felt the stirrings of hope. Perhaps destiny was not a predetermined path, but a mix of acceptance and action. The village, his ancestors, the stars above, they all intertwined in a cosmic dance of fate, shaping his journey with every step he chose to take. The rhythm of life was relentless, and he was ready to embrace it, heart wide open, daring to trust in the process. As the rain ceased and the clouds began to part, a faint glow appeared on the horizon, hinting at the dawn of a new day. The promise of tomorrow filled him with anticipation. What lay ahead was still unknown, but one thing was certain. He would walk forward with faith and courage, ready to face whatever fate had in store. With the whispers of the past guiding him and the pulse of the present fueling his spirit, Mateo stepped into the light, ready to meet his destiny head-on. The air was thick with tension, the kind that prickled the skin and set hearts racing. A solitary warrior stood at the edge of a cliff, his silhouette stark against the crimson sky as the sun dipped below the horizon. The whispers of ancient legends swirled around him like the wind, tales of heroes long gone who had faced impossible odds and carved their names into the annals of history with blood and sacrifice. Take Alexander the Great, whose insatiable thirst for glory led him across vast empires, each victory etched into the earth where he tread. At just 20 years old, he was a king, and by 30, he had shaped a world, uniting Greece and conquering Persia. His steely resolve was only matched by his compassion for his soldiers, who fought not just for him, but alongside him. They faced arrows and spears, but they fought with a spirit that refused to surrender, knowing their leader believed in them just as fiercely as they believed in the dream of a united empire. And then there was Joan of Arc, a young girl with unwavering faith and a voice that echoed like thunder in the quiet fields of France. She donned armor not to seek glory, but to save her country from invaders. At just 17, she led an army to lift the siege of Orleans, and her presence ignited hope in the hearts of weary soldiers. With every charge she led, the clashing of swords rang out like a symphony of valor. But her journey ended too soon, as betrayal and flames engulfed her spirit. Yet even as the fire licked at her feet, she stood tall, a beacon of courage, whispering to all who would listen that dreams are worth fighting for. In another corner of the world, the fierce samurai of Japan, bound by honor and loyalty, carved their legacy into history with each swing of their katana. Minamoto no Yoshitsune, a warrior of unmatched prowess, became a legend during the Genpei War. His daring strategies and breathtaking swordsmanship turned the tide of battles, bringing peace to a fractured nation. He was a warrior, shaped by the bonds of brotherhood, fighting alongside his loyal retainers, whose lives were intertwined with his own. Their destinies were sealed in blood and honor, stories passed down through generations, reminding all that sacrifice often stirs the heart. Across the ocean, in the lands of the Americas, warriors like Tecumseh rose to unify indigenous nations against the encroachment of settlers. Tecumseh was not just a warrior, but a visionary who believed in the strength of unity. His calls for a confederation echoed across the plains, igniting a fierce spirit in his people, who rallied together not just to protect their homes, but to defend their very way of life. The battles they fought were not just against opposing forces, but against a tide of history that sought to erase their existence. With each clash, there was a palpable sense of urgency, a fight for survival that pulsed through the ground like a heartbeat. In the shadows of these epic tales, there were the unsung heroes, those whose names may fade with time, but whose acts of bravery linger in the hearts of those they saved. The soldiers in the trenches of World War I, the ones who crawled through mud and despair, forged bonds stronger than steel. They shared laughter amid the chaos, dreams of home painted in the sky above their heads, while around them, death lurked in every corner. Men like Private Henry Tandy, who had the chance to kill a wounded enemy, but instead chose mercy, not knowing that the man he spared would become Adolf Hitler. Every choice made in the heat of battle was a step into the unknown, a fragile thread weaving the fabric of fate. As the tide of history rolled on, stories of valor and sacrifice continued to unfold. The fierce resistance fighters during World War II, like the brave souls in the French Resistance, who faced the looming threat of tyranny with unwavering spirit. They moved through shadows, gathering information, sabotaging enemy operations, their lives hanging by a thread with every decision made for freedom. They knew that even the smallest acts of defiance could ignite a spark in the hearts of the oppressed, and their courage became a force that could not be extinguished. In the face of overwhelming odds, every hero has faced the demons of doubt, the weight of expectations heavy on their shoulders. It is in those moments of vulnerability that true valor is born. The soldiers who faced the horrors of the battlefield and returned home, carrying the scars of war, often found themselves on a different battlefield, one within their own hearts. They learned that sacrifice doesn't end with the battle. It continues in the quiet moments, in the struggle to find peace after chaos. And so the stories unfold, a tapestry woven with threads of bravery, sacrifice, and the unbreakable human spirit. Each tale, each warrior, a testament to the strength that lies within us all. They remind us that while the warriors of the past may be gone, their legacies endure, whispering through the ages. The battles they fought, the choices they made, serve as echoes in the corridors of time, urging the next generation to rise, to fight for what is right, and to honor those who came before them. Amidst the clamor of swords, the cries of the fallen, and the valor that shines through the darkest nights, the pulse of history continues. The tales of legendary heroes and warriors are not mere stories. They are the lifeblood of humanity, reminding us that courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. With every turn of the page, with every whispered name, the world is brought back to life, and the legacy of valor and sacrifice remains, ever ready to inspire those willing to listen. In a time long before skyscrapers scraped the sky and the hum of technology filled the air, there existed a world where nature sang its untamed melodies. It was a world filled with whispers of legends, where the Lacan and Lacambini ruled with grace and authority, their very names echoing through the valleys. These rulers were more than mere mortals. They were the embodiment of hope, strength, and unity for their people. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the lands they governed. Villagers gathered, their faces aglow with anticipation, as tales of their leaders wafted through the air, like the sweet scent of ripe mangoes. Lacan, the fierce warrior, stood tall, his presence commanding respect. He was a man of valor, clad in intricate armor that glimmered in the fading light. The stories spoke of his bravery in battle, his heart beating for his people, and his unyielding spirit against invaders who dared threaten their peace. Beside him, Lakambini, the wise and compassionate queen, was a force of nature in her own right. With eyes that sparkled like the stars, she wielded knowledge as her mightiest weapon. The tales told of her ability to heal, not just the sick, but also the hearts burdened by despair. She was a beacon of hope, leading her people with a blend of strength and tenderness, her laughter ringing like bells across the fields, reminding everyone that joy could still flourish even in the darkest of times. But as the sun sank further, the shadows grew long, creeping into the hearts of those who listened. Rumors swirled like the evening breeze, whispering of a darkness gathering on the fringes of their paradise. The neighboring tribes, envious of the harmony and wealth that the Lakan and Lakambini nurtured, plotted their invasion. The villagers felt a chill, an unsettling sensation that coursed through them like a cold wind as they clung to the tales of their rulers, hoping that strength and wisdom would prevail. In the vibrant village square, under the watchful eyes of the ancestors carved in wood and stone, a council convened. Lakan stood at the forefront, speaking with a voice so deep and powerful that it resonated in the chests of those gathered. "We must prepare," he declared, fists clenched. "Our land is sacred, our lives intertwined. We stand together, shoulder to shoulder, as one." The villagers nodded, their hearts swelling with determination. Yet, doubt flickered in the eyes of some. They had heard tales of battles lost, of communities shattered by greed and ambition. It was then that Lakambini stepped forward. She raised her hand, silencing the murmurs that threatened to rise. "Fear not," she said, her voice calm and steady, "for in unity we will find our strength. Together we shall weave a tapestry of resistance that will not fray." Her words hung in the air, thick with emotion, igniting a fire within the crowd. They entrusted their hopes to the Lakan and Lakambini, believing fiercely that their combined wisdom and courage could shield them from the approaching storm. As night enveloped the village, the stars blinked overhead, as if in agreement, watching over the lives intertwined beneath them. Days turned into weeks, and the tension thickened like fog on a cold morning. Villagers trained heartily, honing their skills in battle and crafts. They forged weapons, sharpened tools, and mended nets for fishing, as if preparing for a storm that would test them all. Lakan led the warriors with unwavering resolve, teaching them not just to fight, but to believe in the strength of their community. They were not just fighting for land. They were fighting for their families, their culture, their very essence. Yet, during the quiet moments, when the sun dipped below the horizon and the world fell silent, a sense of dread crept in. Would they truly be able to defend their way of life? Lakambini sensed the unease swirling among the villagers. They would gather by the flickering firelight, their faces illuminated by the flames, as she spoke softly but firmly. "Fear is a shadow, my friends. When we shine our light on it, it dissipates. Together we are brighter than any darkness that dares threaten us." The villagers listened, their hearts swelling with renewed hope. But deep within the shadows of their consciousness lay the nagging question: would hope be enough? The day of reckoning approached, and the drums of war reverberated in the distance, echoing the tribe's fierce intent. The air grew thick with tension, every breath a reminder of the stakes they faced. On the eve of the battle, as the moon hung low and full, illuminating the landscape with a ghostly glow, Lakan and Lakambini stood atop a hill, overlooking their beloved village. The winds whispered secrets of the ancients, and a profound silence enveloped them. Here, they were not just rulers. They were custodians of a legacy that stretched back through time. A legacy filled with triumphs, but also with scars from battles fought long ago. Do you believe we will prevail? Lacan's voice broke the stillness, laced with vulnerability. Lakambini turned to him, her gaze fierce and unwavering. It is not belief alone that will lead us. It is our unity, our love for this land, and the strength of our people that will carry us through. As the sun began to rise on the fateful day, casting hues of orange and gold across the horizon, the villagers gathered, hearts pounding with anticipation and fear. Each one knew they were part of something greater than themselves, a living testament to their resilience. The sound of marching feet echoed through the valley, and with it came the realization that they stood on the brink of a defining moment in their history. With Lacan at the forefront and Lakambini at his side, they marched into the heart of battle. They became not just figures of authority, but symbols of hope and resistance. The clash of swords rang out like a symphony of survival, and the cries of the warriors intertwined with the spirit of the ancestors who had walked the land before them. As the dust rose, obscuring the horizon, the spirit of the Lakan and Lakambini fueled the fire within each villager. With every heartbeat, they fought not merely for victory, but for a future where their laughter would once again echo across the fields, where their community would thrive against all odds. The myth of the Lakan and Lakambini was no longer just a story. It was the pulse of life itself, a testament to the unbreakable bond that tied them together in the face of impending doom. Under a sky painted with hues of crimson and gold, the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting warm shadows over fields ready for harvest. The air was thick with the scent of ripened grain, a promise of sustenance and bounty that whispered tales of toil and tenderness. For centuries, this cycle of planting and reaping had woven the fabric of life for countless cultures, drawing them into an intricate dance with the forces of nature. Each seed sown was a prayer, each harvest a celebration, and amid it all, the spirits of the harvest watched over their work, guiding hands as they turned the soil. In ancient Mesopotamia, where the Tigris and Euphrates carved their paths through the earth, farmers offered the first fruits to Dumuzi, the god of fertility. As they presented their harvest, they believed that Dumuzi would smile down upon them, ensuring rain would fall in the seasons to come. His spirit infused the grain with vitality, a bond between the divine and the mundane that transcended time. The farmers would gather around their fields under the shimmering stars, recounting stories of Dumuzi's adventures, feeling a connection to something greater than themselves. Joy and fear mingled in their hearts. Joy for the bounty that filled their silos, fear that the gods might turn their backs if they failed to honor them. Far to the west in ancient Greece, Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, emerged from the shadows of myth. Her sorrowful journey in search of her daughter Persephone became a poignant reminder for farmers. When Persephone was taken to the underworld, Demeter's grief caused the earth to wither. The fields lay barren, and starvation threatened every soul. It was only through rituals and offerings, sung praises and dances, that she was coaxed back to joy, bringing forth the harvest once more. Communities fed their spirits with hopes and fears, their lives entwined with the cycles of life and death, abundance and loss. In the lush valleys of the Andes, the Inca revered Pachamama, the Earth Mother. This deity was a nurturing presence, believed to be the source of all agricultural wealth. As each planting season approached, Offerings of llama fetuses, corn, and chicha, fermented corn beer, were made to her, each act a heartfelt gesture of gratitude. The excitement of awaiting the rainy season filled the air with a palpable energy. The farmers would gather, sharing tales of their ancestors who had once walked those very fields, their spirits alive in every rustle of the wind. The laughter of children echoed through the valleys, mingling with the chants of their elders, all beneath the watchful gaze of Pachamama, who cradled the earth in her nurturing hands. Across the ocean, in the heart of Africa, the Yoruba people honored Osun, the goddess of fertility and rivers. She was believed to bless the land with abundance, and when the rains arrived, joyful songs filled the air. The vibrant colors of life erupted from the soil as families united to reap what they had sown. The rhythm of drums echoed through the villages, a heartbeat that connected the living with the spirits of their ancestors. Each dance was an invocation, a celebration of the earth's generous gifts. If the lands were dry, the people prayed fervently, knowing the power of Osun was ever present, and they entrusted their hopes to her, knowing well the thin line between abundance and scarcity. As seasons changed and harvests came and went, the rituals surrounding agriculture grew richer with history and meaning. The Celtic tribes, honoring Cernunnos, the horned god of fertility, gathered during the harvest moon. They believed he roamed the fields, watching over the crops, his antlers brushing against the branches of ancient oaks. The air filled with the scent of wood smoke and fresh bread as families feasted under the full moon, sharing stories of their ancestors. Their songs echoed through the valleys, weaving a tapestry of memory that bound generations. A sense of unity enveloped the land, a momentary escape from the harshness of the world, where the veil between the living and the spirits thinned just enough for whispers of guidance to be heard. In the vast plains of North America, the Native American tribes paid homage to the spirits of the harvest through the sacred corn ritual. Each kernel was not just a seed, but a symbol of life itself. The first corn festival marked a time of gratitude, where families gathered to share the blessings of their fields. They danced, sang, and offered prayers to the Great Spirit, who watched over their lives. The rhythm of their footsteps mirrored the heartbeat of the earth, a vibrant reminder that they were part of a larger cycle. As the sun set, the flickering flames of bonfires illuminated smiling faces, and for a moment, all fears of the future faded away, replaced by the warmth of community and connection. Each culture, rich with its own beliefs and practices, unveiled a universal truth. Agriculture was not merely about survival. It was a sacred relationship, a bond between humanity and the divine. The land breathed life, and in return, humanity expressed gratitude through rituals, dance, and prayer. The spirits of the harvest, eternal and watchful, became part of everyday existence, lending meaning to toil and nurturing hope amidst uncertainty. As the night deepened and stars twinkled like seeds scattered across an infinite sky, the stories of these varied cultures intertwined. In the hearts of those who tended to the fields was a shared sense of reverence. The humans, firmly rooted in their soil, could feel the presence of the spirits, their whispers woven into the rustle of the corn and the sway of the wheat. So many tales, so many lives dedicated to honoring what the earth provided. Each harvest was a moment suspended in time, a fleeting glimpse of abundance, joy, mingled with the ever-looming shadow of loss. The shadows lengthened, and the air grew still, as if the world itself paused in anticipation, holding its breath for the next phase of the cycle. In the silence, a promise lingered, a reminder that the spirits of the harvest awaited, ever ready to guide those who would listen. As the moon cast its silver light, the land, alive with history and hope, beckoned once more, intertwining fates past and present, a tapestry of life that would never fade. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting an amber glow over the ancient land where gods and mortals danced on the edges of reality. In this world, music wasn't just a sound, it was a pulse, a heartbeat that resonated in the souls of every being. Every note carried the weight of history, every rhythm echoed with the whispers of legends, and every movement told a story that could set the heavens ablaze. From the misty hills of Greece to the lush valleys of India, music and dance formed the very fabric of mythology. Picture a gathering of villagers, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of a fire, as the haunting melody of a lyre began to fill the air. The stringed instruments' soft hum wove tales of heroes and monsters, their lives intertwined with the melodies sung by the bards. With each strum, the audience was transported, feeling the heartbeat of the very gods they revered. The music stirred within them emotions that transcended time, a longing for love, a sense of duty, and the thrill of adventure. In ancient Greece, the Muses, 9 divine sisters, were the embodiments of inspiration. Clio, the muse of history, would often call forth stories that needed to be told, while Terpsichore, the muse of dance, inspired movements that mirrored the grace of the wind. In temples dedicated to these celestial beings, worshippers would gather for festivals, their bodies moving in synchronicity with the music that floated through the air, like a fragrant breeze. As they danced, they felt the presence of the gods, as if the very essence of Olympus was descending to bless them. The rhythm of their steps echoed the heartbeats of their ancestors, and the songs they sang were imbued with the power to summon courage and heal wounds. Across the seas in the vibrant lands of India, the rich tradition of Bharatanatyam unfolded. This ancient dance form was not merely entertainment, it was a sacred expression of spirituality. Each gesture, each intricate movement, told stories of deities like Krishna and Shiva, weaving a tapestry of devotion that captivated the hearts of those who witnessed it. The dancer's body would morph into the very essence of the stories, their expressions shifting fluidly from joy to sorrow, love to despair. The audience would sit enraptured, feeling the pulse of the universe in every beat of the drum. The music and dance became a bridge between the mortal world and the divine, where boundaries blurred and the spirits of the past danced alongside the living. In the frostbitten lands of Scandinavia, the Norse sagas echoed with the songs of skalds, poets who recited tales of bravery and betrayal. The strumming of a lyre accompanied their verses, each note carrying the weight of destiny. As the warriors gathered around the fire, the skald would weave stories of Odin's wisdom, Thor's strength, and Freya's love, igniting a fire in the hearts of the listeners. The music transformed their mundane surroundings into a timeless battlefield, where every clash of swords rang through the air, spurred on by the rhythmic chants that rose and fell like the tides. In the Americas, the indigenous tribes understood the power of song and dance as a form of communion with the spirits. The powwow, a vibrant celebration, was a dance of life itself, where drums beat in a steady, hypnotic rhythm. As the dancers adorned themselves in colorful regalia, they became vessels for ancestral spirits. The music surged through them, connecting the past with the present, the seen with the unseen. With every step, they honored the earth and the sky, the animals and the ancestors. Their emotions cascaded like a waterfall, uniting the community in a shared experience of joy, grief, and reverence. Tragedy, too, had its place in this rich tapestry. In the echoes of the lost, there lingered haunting melodies that told tales of sorrow and sacrifice. The lamentations sung in ancient Rome, for instance, were not just cries of mourning. They were a ritual that transformed grief into something sacred. As the mourners gathered, their voices intertwined, harmonizing with the sorrow that hung heavy in the air. The music became a balm, soothing raw wounds and mending broken hearts. In that shared space, the boundaries of time faded, and the past became a living entity, as if the spirits of the departed joined in their sorrowful song. In the lush landscapes of Africa, music and dance were integral to storytelling. The griots, keepers of history, would recite epic tales accompanied by the vibrant beats of drums. The rhythms pulsed with life, each beat urging the listeners to feel the weight of their history, to understand their place in the continuum of time. As they danced, their bodies became the stories themselves, channeling the energy of their ancestors. Every twist, every turn, was a homage to the spirits of the past, echoing the struggles and triumphs of those who walked before them. Amidst this rich historical tapestry, the age-old connection between music and dance in mythological stories served as a reminder of humanity's deepest longings. It was a bond that transcended words, a language that spoke of love and loss, hope and despair. Every performance was a sacred rite that allowed the dancers and musicians to step outside themselves, to become conduits for the divine. The energy in the air crackled with anticipation, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for the next story to unfold. As night enveloped the world, and the stars began to twinkle like ancient spirits watching over the earth, the music continued to play. The dancers moved with an urgency that mirrored the heartbeat of the cosmos, their emotions intertwining with the melodies that echoed through the darkness. Waves of energy rippled through the crowd, creating a connection that transcended language and culture. Every soul present understood the timeless truth. Music and dance were not merely entertainment. They were the essence of existence itself. In every note, every movement, lay the stories of the world, waiting to be told anew. And as the rhythms swelled and the dancers spun, the eternity of myth breathed life into the present, a loop that would never truly end, but rather continue to weave itself into the fabric of the cosmos, ever vibrant and alive. In the dim light of a flickering candle, the air thick with the scent of old paper and ink, a scholar hunched over a tattered book. With every turn of the page, shadows danced on the walls, revealing stories etched in the fabric of time. These were not mere words. They pulsed with the heartbeat of a nation, a treasure trove of myths and legends shaped by the hands of foreign conquerors. The scholar inhaled sharply, for within these lines lay the powerful influence of colonial literature, a force that twisted the very essence of Philippine myths into something new and unrecognizable. As the sun dipped below the horizon, transforming the sky into a canvas of crimson and gold, the echoes of history whispered through the pages. The arrival of the Spaniards in the 16th century marked not just a conquest of land, but an invasion of stories. They brought their own tales, their own gods, and their own morals, reshaping the vibrant tapestry of Filipino culture. The myths of creation, once sung around fires by wise elders, began to shift under the weight of foreign narratives. The fierce deities that once ruled the skies were overshadowed by the figure of Christ, his compassionate gaze penetrating the hearts of the people. but leaving behind a lingering sense of loss. In the bustling streets of Manila, the air was thick with the sounds of life, laughter, shouts, and the clanging of carts. Yet, beneath the surface lay an undercurrent of fear and uncertainty. The stories of the ancients, those of Bathala, the supreme god, and the enchanting Dewatas, were now mingled with the tales of saints and sinners, creating a cacophony of conflicting beliefs. The colonizers wielded their quills like swords, rewriting the narratives of the land, reshaping legends to fit their ideals. The once vibrant figures of Philippine mythology faded into the background, their stories diluted by the ink of a foreign pen. Ferdinand Magellan's arrival marked a turning point, foreshadowing the cultural upheaval that would follow. The legend of Maria Makiling, the mystical Diwata of Mount Makiling, began to change. Once a symbol of strength and independence, her stories morphed into cautionary tales of morality, warning against the dangers of desire and disobedience. The colonial writers, with their rigid views of gender and power, reshaped her narrative to fit their mold. The whispers of the mountains echoed with a warning. What was once revered could easily be forgotten. Young children in the villages grew up listening to these mixed tales. They were told of the chaste Virgen de los Remedios, alongside the enchanting stories of Malakas and Maganda, the first man and woman of Philippine lore. In their innocent minds, the lines blurred as they tried to reconcile the tales of their ancestors with the new figures introduced by the colonizers. Would Malakas still stand strong if he had to share the spotlight with saints and angels? The children pondered, their hearts a mix of pride and confusion. As the years turned into decades, the literary tide continued to swell. The works of José Rizal and other reformists emerged, challenges to the colonial narrative that sought to awaken the spirit of the people. Rizal's Noli Me Tangere and El Filibusterismo ignited a fire in the hearts of Filipinos, weaving the threads of myth and reality into a powerful call for identity and freedom. The characters in his novels, like Sisa and Elias, embodied the struggles of a nation caught between myth and modernity. Their stories resonated deeply, a reflection of the pain and resilience of a people yearning to reclaim their lost heritage. In the quiet of the night, the scholar turned the page and found a poem about the moon, a haunting reminder of the Diwata of the moon, whose tale had changed drastically. No longer just a celestial figure watching over the lovers below, she was now painted as a jealous spirit, warning of the consequences of betrayal. The colonial influence had woven an intricate web, transforming sacred myths into instruments of control, fear, and conformity. The candle flickered again, casting shadows that seemed to sway with the rhythm of the unspoken struggles of the past. Filipino playwrights and poets began to weave colonial themes back into the fabric of their own stories, challenging the very narratives forced upon them. The mythical figures re-emerged, not merely as shadows of their former selves, but as symbols of rebellion and resilience. The legend of the Aswang, once a simple tale of a creature of the night, morphed into a powerful allegory for the struggles against oppression and the fight for autonomy. The darkness of its origins now served as a mirror, reflecting the fears of a nation oppressed. As the scholar reached the last page, a shiver coursed through his spine. The intertwining of colonial literature with Philippine myths had left an indelible mark, yet this mark was not one of defeat. It was a testament to the strength of the Filipino spirit, a spirit that refused to be silenced, that found ways to reclaim and redefine its stories, amidst the chaos. The candle flickered once more, illuminating the determination etched on the scholar's face. Outside, the night echoed with the distant sounds of laughter and song, a celebration of heritage that refused to fade. The stories continued to evolve, shifting with each new generation, blending the past with the present. The fight for identity was alive, echoing through the thoughts of those who sought to honor the myths that once were, while crafting new ones that embraced the complexities of a nation reborn. The flickering candle illuminated the shadows, hinting at the veins of history still waiting to be explored, the narratives still yearning to be told. The scholar felt the weight of those untold stories pressing against the walls of his mind, for the influence of colonial literature on Philippine myths was far from over. It was a living, breathing entity, a continuous dance of power and resistance, where every word held the potential to reshape the very soul of a people. The air was thick with the scent of freshly harvested rice, each grain whispering tales of ancient lands and timeless rituals. In the soft glow of dawn, villagers gathered near the shimmering water, where the first rice shoots had taken root, their faces illuminated by the golden sun that broke the horizon. It was here that the myth of rice began, woven into the very fabric of their existence, an essential lifeblood coursing through the veins of history. Long ago, when the world was still young, a great goddess descended from the heavens, her heart heavy with compassion for the struggling people below. They toiled under the relentless sun, their stomachs growling in emptiness. With a divine flick of her wrist, she scattered grains across the land, each one transforming into a tender shoot, promising sustenance and hope. The villagers' eyes lit up with wonder, and they fell to their knees, offering gratitude to the sky and earth. This was not just food. It was a gift, a sacred bond between the divine and the mortal. As generations passed, the myth matured, much like the crops that swayed in the breeze. Rituals sprang up like wildflowers in spring, each one drenched in emotion and steeped in significance. The first planting of rice became a festival of joy, where laughter echoed through fields and children danced barefoot in the mud, their small hands clutching tiny seedlings. Elders shared stories of the goddess, recounting how she roamed the fields each night, blessing the crops with her touch. It was said that if one listened carefully, one could hear her soft voice carried by the wind. In the evenings, as the sun dipped low, the villagers would gather around a large bonfire, their faces flickering in the flames. They sang songs of the harvest, their voices weaving together like the very strands of rice in their harvest baskets. Each note was a tribute to the earth, each lyric a plea for abundance. Underneath the celestial blanket of stars, they offered rice cakes to the spirits, believing that this simple food would bridge the gap between the living and the ancestors who had once walked the same soil. The rhythm of life revolved around rice, the planting, the growing, and the harvest. The transformation of the fields was a cycle that mirrored the seasons of life itself. When the rice ripened, it was time for the grand festival, a spectacle that drew people from miles around. Colorful decorations adorned every corner, fluttering like dreams come to life. The villagers donned their finest clothes, gleaming in the sunlight, as they prepared to give thanks for the blessings bestowed upon them. The ceremonial dance began at dusk, with participants moving in synchronicity, their bodies telling stories of the earth's bounty. With every step, they honored the goddess, calling upon her to watch over the harvest. The rhythm of drums pulsed through the air, igniting a fire in their souls. Each beat a heartbeat of the earth itself. And as night fell, lanterns were released into the sky, carrying wishes and prayers, each one shimmering like a tiny star, a beacon of hope and gratitude. But the bond between rice and the people was not without its shadows. The tale of abundance came with a warning, a myth that spoke of greed and neglect. When the rice fields flourished, some forgot the sacred relationship that had been forged. They began to take more than they needed, their hearts growing heavy with desire. The goddess, witnessing this betrayal, ceased her blessings. The once golden fields turned to barren earth, and the villagers were left with empty stomachs and regret. In the throes of desperation, they gathered once more, this time in mourning. They brought offerings, not of joy, but of sorrow. Wilted flowers and grains of rice mixed with tears. They pleaded for forgiveness, their voices trembling with fear and remorse. It was during this moment of vulnerability that the goddess returned, her eyes reflecting the weight of their sorrow. With a gentle touch, she taught them the importance of balance, of giving and receiving, of respecting the earth that nurtured them. As the years rolled on, the cycle repeated, intertwined with lessons of humility and respect. The rice fields flourished once more, but the villagers held their blessings close, understanding that each grain was a reminder of their connection to the divine. They learned to celebrate not just the harvest, but the labor that went into it. Families would gather to work side by side, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves, the air thick with a shared purpose. And so, the myth of rice continued, a tale told to children as they snuggled into their beds at night. Remember, the elders would say, their voices low and rich with history, rice is not just food. It is the spirit of our ancestors, the laughter of our children, and the promise of tomorrow. With each generation, the story grew, rooted in the soil, but reaching towards the skies, binding the community together like the very strands of rice that filled their bowls. On the eve of the next harvest, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and pink, anticipation crackled in the air. The villagers prepared to honor the goddess once more, their hearts beating in time with the distant drums. They knew that they stood on the precipice of a moment that would echo through time, a moment where the past, present, and future intertwined, creating a tapestry of life that was as rich and varied as the grains of rice that fed them. However, hidden within this celebration was a whisper of change. The world beyond their fields was shifting, threatening to disrupt their sacred rituals. The sweet scent of rice mingled with the hints of progress, casting shadows over the age-old customs. As they gathered for the festival, the village felt the weight of uncertainty pressing down, like an ominous storm on the horizon. Would the bond with the goddess withstand the winds of change? Would their myth endure, or would it fade into the annals of history, lost to a world that no longer remembered the value of the sacred grain? The night deepened, and the villagers danced under the stars, unaware that the very essence of their traditions was poised on the brink of transformation, caught in the delicate balance between the past and an uncertain future. The drumming continued, echoing like the heartbeat of the earth, and the lanterns floated into the night sky, carrying with them not just hopes and prayers, but the essence of a culture that would fight to preserve its roots against the tides of time. As the sun began to rise, casting golden rays upon the emerald-green terraces of Ifugao, a symphony of whispers carried through the air, echoing tales of gods and ancestors. Here, in this mountainous paradise, where the land seemed to cradle the sky. The rice terraces stood as a testament to the unyielding spirit of the Ifugao people. Each layer, each step carved into the mountainside, told stories of devotion, perseverance, and a divine connection that transcended the ordinary. Long ago, a great spirit named Lumawig descended from the heavens, his heart filled with the essence of creation. He was not just a deity, he was a craftsman, molding the earth with his hands. Lumawig looked upon the barren mountains and saw potential. He envisioned terraces that would burst forth with life. With a wave of his hand, the mountains transformed. His divine presence imbued the soil with fertility, and the dreams of the Ifugao began to take shape. Every year, the Ifugao people celebrated this divine act with a ritual known as the Ayong. As the community gathered, the air was thick with anticipation and reverence. Men and women adorned in traditional garb, their faces painted with earth and ash, danced to the rhythm of drums. They called upon Lumawig, inviting him to witness their hard work and gratitude. It was a moment that blurred the lines between the mortal and the divine, where sweat and spirit intertwined. One could hear the heartbeat of the land in those moments, a pulse that resonated with the toil of generations. Each drop of sweat that fell onto the terrace seemed to speak, telling tales of sacrifice. The elders would gather the young ones around fires at night, their voices rich with emotion, sharing stories of the ancestors who had carved these terraces with nothing but the strength of their hearts and hands. There were tales of a man who, faced with a drought, prayed fervently to Lumawig. In his desperation, he poured his tears into the earth, and the next day, rain fell like a waterfall from the heavens, blessing the parched soil. Yet, the journey was never easy. Every planting season brought with it challenges, storms that threatened to wash away the carefully tended terraces, pests that nibbled at the tender shoots. These struggles were woven into the fabric of Ifugao life, a constant reminder of the delicate balance between nature and humanity. The people believed that their hard work was not just for survival, it was a way to honor Lumawig. To them, every grain of rice harvested was a sacred offering, a symbol of their connection to the divine. On the eve of the harvest festival, the air thickened with excitement. Families gathered at the base of the terraces, their hearts racing as they prepared for the culmination of months of labor. Under the light of the moon, elders sang ancient songs, invoking the spirits of their ancestors. "Guide us," they chanted, their voices rising like smoke into the night sky. It was a moment heavy with emotion, where hope and anxiety danced together as one. Would the harvest yield enough? Would Lumawig smile upon them? As dawn broke, the terraces shimmered under the sunlight, golden grains swaying gently in the breeze, a sight that made many weep with joy. Children ran through the fields, their laughter ringing like bells, while elders offered prayers of thanks, their hands raised to the heavens. The rice, a gift from Lumawig, symbolized not just sustenance, but the very essence of community and resilience. But even as joy filled the hearts of the Ifugao, shadows loomed. Whispers of change began to drift through the mountains. Encroaching modernity threatened the ancient ways of life. The terraces, once thriving with life, began to show signs of neglect. Young people sought opportunities beyond the mountains, leaving behind the very land that had cradled their ancestors for centuries. The elders feared for the future, their hearts heavy with the weight of tradition. Would the stories of Lumawig and the sacred terraces fade into the silence of forgotten history? In the midst of this uncertainty, a young woman named Amihan stood at the edge of the terrace, her heart pounding. She felt the calling of her ancestors echoing in her veins. "I will not let our heritage die," she vowed silently. With each step she took, she felt the warmth of the earth beneath her feet, grounding her in purpose. The legends of her people wrapped around her like a protective shroud, igniting a fire within. Amihan gathered the youth of the village, her voice resonating with passion, as she shared the stories of Lumawig and the countless sacrifices of their ancestors. "We are the guardians of this land," she urged, her eyes blazing with determination. "Together, we can revive the terraces and honor our past for generations to come." Her words ignited a spark. Hope began to flicker in the hearts of those who had almost forgotten the significance of their heritage. The youth banded together, committing to restore the terraces with their own hands. They toiled under the sun, laughter mingling with sweat, as they reclaimed what was rightfully theirs, their identity, their stories, and their connection to Lumawig. As they worked, they felt a shift, as if the spirits of their ancestors were watching over them, smiling in approval. This labor was more than just a task. It was a rekindling of hope, a bridge between the past and the future. The sound of their hammers striking earth and the rhythm of their feet on the terraces became a song of resilience, a melody that echoed through the mountains. With every stone they placed, with every seed they sowed, Amihan and her friends breathed life back into the terraces. They danced under the stars, invoking Lumawig once more, as if to remind the spirits of their promises. The land responded. The rains fell gently, nurturing the soil, and life blossomed anew. But as the stories of revival reached beyond the mountains, the tension between preserving tradition and embracing change loomed larger. Would the Ifugao find a way to honor their past while stepping into a new era? The answer lay not just in the hands of the young, but in the heart of a community that had weathered storms and celebrated harvests for centuries. And so, the saga of the Ifugao continued, a tapestry of hard work, divine connection, and the eternal struggle between legacy and transformation, all woven into the very soil of the rice terraces. The whispers of Lumawig lingered in the air, urging them on, as the past and the future danced together in a delicate balance, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. On the sun-soaked shores of the Philippines, where the turquoise waves kiss the golden sand, children gather under the tall palms, their laughter mingling with the salty breeze. Among them, stories swirl like the wind, tales whispered from one generation to the next. Tales that echo with a power that transcends time. These are not just stories. They are the lifeblood of a nation, the vibrant threads that weave together the fabric of Filipino identity and nationalism. In a small village, an elderly man named Lolo Andres sits with a group of wide-eyed children. His gnarled hands, weathered by years of toil, cradle a tattered book filled with stories of mythical heroes and legendary creatures. "Listen closely," he begins, his voice a rasping whisper that carries the weight of history. "Long ago, there lived a hero named Lamang, who could speak from birth and embarked on a quest that would shape the destiny of our land." The children lean in, enraptured, their imaginations ignited by the tale of bravery, love, and the struggle against darkness. Every story Lolo Andres shares is a reminder of who they are and where they come from. These myths breathe life into the Filipino spirit, reminding each listener of their shared history, aspirations, and the resilience that defines their people. In the vibrant tapestry of Filipino identity, these tales serve as anchors, grounding the present in a rich past. They evoke a sense of belonging, a fierce pride that reverberates through the ages. As the sun begins to set, casting a warm glow across the horizon, the children could almost see Lam Ang standing tall against the backdrop of the mountains, sword raised high, a symbol of courage. The hero's journey, filled with trials and tribulations, mirrors the struggles of the Filipino people throughout history. The fight against colonization, the battle for independence, and the ongoing quest for identity amidst the tides of globalization. Nearby, a group of teens listen intently to the story of Maria Makiling, a diwata, or fairy, who protects the forests and the people. Her beauty is unparalleled, her spirit fierce, yet her tale is one of sacrifice, love, and the eternal struggle between humanity and nature. The youth feel a surge of pride as they hear about her unwavering commitment to her land, recognizing a reflection of their own responsibilities to preserve their heritage and the environment. The myths intertwine with the realities of modern life, fueling the flames of nationalism. The people of the Philippines have endured much: foreign rule, economic struggles, natural disasters. Yet, in every challenge, they find strength in their stories. They see themselves in the heroes and heroines of the past, who fought for their ideals, who dreamed of a better future. Each myth resonates with the collective memory, stirring emotions that compel them to rise, to unite, and to fight for their rights. As dusk settles, Lolo Andres's voice grows softer, but his words strike like thunder. In our hearts, we carry the spirit of these legends. When we stand together, we are invincible. The children's eyes spark with a shared determination. They now understand that the myths are more than mere stories. They are the essence of their identity. The power of these narratives can be felt in the bustling streets of Manila, where the echoes of history reverberate through the chaos of modern life. As the sun dips below the horizon, a young artist named Miguel paints murals depicting the lives of these mythical figures. With every stroke of his brush, he channels the emotions of his ancestors: pain, hope, and an unyielding spirit. The walls of the city become a canvas for the revival of these legends, breathing new life into the myths that shaped his people. Onlookers stop, captivated by the vibrant colors and the stories they tell. A passerby, an elder woman with tears in her eyes, sees the image of Lam Ang and remembers her own grandmother's tales that once filled her childhood with wonder. In that moment, she feels a connection to her roots, a rekindling of her heritage that inspires her to share her history with the younger generation. In schools across the archipelago, teachers engage students with stories of the past, tales of the Rizal brothers and their fight for freedom, of the brave women who stood up against oppression. The classroom echoes with lively discussions as students connect the dots between ancient myths and their own lives. They realize that these stories are not just relics of the past. They are powerful tools for understanding their present, and they ignite a passion for their future. Every song sung in the streets, every dance performed at festivals, every poem recited, all are infused with the spirit of the myths. The rhythms of the tinikling dance mimic the swift movements of the bamboo, echoing tales of resilience and adaptability. The lyrics of folk songs tell stories of love, loss, and the beauty of their homeland, each note resonating with the emotions of a people eager to remember and honor their history. As night falls, the flicker of candles lights up the faces of those gathered around communal fires. Stories are shared, laughter resounds, and tears are shed. The myths serve as a balm for their wounds, a reminder that they are never alone in their struggles. The symbols of their culture, the barong, the jeepney, the sizzling adobo, come alive in these moments, intertwining with the legends that bind them together as a nation. In the darkness, the tales glow brighter, each myth a spark of hope, each story a pledge of unity. The flames dance, reflecting the undying spirit of the Filipino people, who, despite the odds, continue to stand tall, hearts filled with dreams. The myths are not just stories, they are a call to action, a reminder of the strength that lies within. And so, the stories continue, echoing through the land, weaving the past into the present, forging a path toward the future. The children, the artists, the elders, they all carry the myths within them, a sacred trust passed from one generation to the next. With every heartbeat, they feel the rhythm of their ancestors, urging them to remember, to honor, and to dream. As the night deepens, the stars twinkle like the eyes of the Diwata, watching over their dreams, whispering promises of a brighter tomorrow. The people stand together, united by their stories, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead, forever bound by the myths that define them. On a moonlit night, as the shadows of ancient trees danced in the wind, a whisper echoed through the forests of the Philippines. It was a voice, soft yet potent, carrying tales of gods and monsters, of love and betrayal, of heroes who walked among mortals. In every nook of the archipelago, stories of Bathala, the creator, and the mischievous trickster, Simalakas, thrummed like a heartbeat, weaving through the souls of the people. These were not just tales, they were lifeblood, threads that stitched together the fabric of a nation's identity. Even now, as the world spins ever faster into modernity, the echoes of these ancient myths can be heard in the works of contemporary writers. The legacy of Philippine mythology seeps into their stories, like sunlight breaking through the clouds, illuminating the path for a new generation. Characters inspired by the Diwatas, or fairies, emerge from the pages with grace and power, illustrating the struggles of modern Filipinos who, like their ancestors, grapple with love, loss, and the quest for belonging. In the hands of these storytellers, the old myths breathe again. They become vessels of emotion, carrying the weight of history in their delicate forms. Once, a poet sat at her desk, the moonlight spilling through the window, illuminating her thoughts. She recalled the tale of Mariang Makiling, the forest nymph who protected her domain fiercely. As she penned her lines, the spirit of Mariang Makiling whispered through her, urging her to write not just of her beauty, but of her sorrow, the quiet loneliness that comes with guardianship. The poet captured this essence, and in doing so, she wove Mariang Makiling into the fabric of modern life. A woman who, despite her magic, felt a longing for connection, for understanding. The words flowed like water from a spring, refreshing her readers' hearts, reminding them of the universal yearning for companionship. Further down the road, another writer found inspiration in the tale of the Bakunawa, the moon-eating serpent. In a world obsessed with technology, this creature symbolized the fear of loss, a world where the brightness of the moon, once a source of hope, dimmed into nothingness. As he penned his novel, the Bakunawa became a metaphor for the anxieties of the present, of climate change, of disappearing cultures, and of the frantic pace of life. His characters, much like the ancient heroes, fought against this beast, not with swords but with love, empathy, and resilience. The struggle was palpable, a reflection of today's battles, echoing the cries of our ancestors who once faced the same dark skies. Across the archipelago in the bustling city of Manila, a young novelist tapped into the rich lore of the Aswang, a shape-shifting creature that prowled the night. Her story unfolded in the alleys and streets, where the fear of the aswang morphed into a chilling representation of societal issues: poverty, crime, and injustice. The aswang became not just a monster in the shadows, but a symbol of the darkness that lurked within human hearts, a reminder of the choices that led to despair. Instead of an enemy, she painted the aswang as a reflection of the community's struggles, creating a narrative that was both terrifying and poignant, leaving readers breathless with realization. In every corner of literature, these mythological figures became more than mere legends. They transformed into voices for the voiceless, carrying stories of struggle and triumph. That was the magic of mythology. It transcended time, allowing the past to seep into the present, connecting generations through shared experiences. As writers resurrected these characters, they breathed new life into the struggles of the Filipino spirit, confronting demons, both real and imagined. A theater group took the stage to perform a contemporary retelling of the story of the Diwata, enchanting the audience with their vibrant costumes and emotional performances. Every dance, every spoken word was infused with the essence of the old tales, yet it spoke directly to the hearts of the young. The audience, old and young alike, found themselves captivated, transported to a world where the stories of their ancestors still held power. The applause rumbled like thunder, echoing through the night, a testament to the enduring legacy of these myths that continue to resonate. In the quiet corners of homes, children listened wide-eyed to stories spun by their grandparents, tales of the Emaga Encanto and the spirits of the river. These were not just bedtime stories. They were lessons wrapped in wonder, teaching them the values of respect for nature, family bonds, and the importance of community. The old myths became tools for navigating the complexities of modern life, showing that even in a rapidly changing world, the wisdom of the past could guide their steps. As the sun rose over the horizon, casting a golden hue over the islands, the legacy of Philippine mythology continued to pulse with life. It was a living, breathing entity, interwoven in the fabric of society, inspiring a new generation of writers, artists, and dreamers. Their voices rose in unison, echoing the words of ancient storytellers, ensuring that the myths would not fade into oblivion, but would instead thrive, adapting to the times while holding on to their roots. The stories of Bathala and the Diwatas, the Bakunawa and the Aswang were no longer just relics of the past. They were vibrant narratives that pulsed with emotion and urgency. They invited the readers and listeners to feel, to connect, to confront their fears and aspirations. The tension hung in the air like the sweet scent of ripe mangoes, a promise of more to come, a lingering question of what next chapter awaited them in the unfolding epic of their lives. And so, the tales continued, weaving through the present day, intertwining with hearts eager for connection, reminding everyone that the past is never truly gone. It lives on in the stories they share, a timeless dance between the old and the new, where every word is a heartbeat, every story a lifeline, urging them to keep listening, keep dreaming, keep writing. In a dimly lit room, the flicker of a screen casts ghostly shadows against the walls, illuminating the faces of a group of friends huddled together, enraptured by the latest chilling tale. It starts with a simple text message. "Did you hear about the babysitter?" A nervous laugh echoes as one friend recalls the tale of a young woman who, while babysitting, receives a call from the police urging her to check on the children upstairs. The catch? The call is coming from inside the house. Goosebumps prickle the back of their necks as they lean in closer, the thrill of fear binding them together. This is how modern folklore takes shape, spun from the raw threads of fear, curiosity, and shared experiences. Urban legends emerge in bustling cities and quiet towns alike, spreading like wildfire as whispers transform into haunting truths. These stories are no longer told by fireside. They travel through text messages, social media, and viral videos, allowing a new generation to carry the torch of folklore into the digital age. It was in the late 20th century that urban legends truly began to flourish. With the rise of the internet, tales once confined to neighborhood gossip reached a global audience. The infamous Slender Man, a tall, faceless figure lurking in the woods, captured imaginations and nightmares alike, blurring the lines between myth and reality. He became a cultural phenomenon, inspiring countless fan arts, videos, and even a movie. But it was the sinister undertones of his story that struck a chord. Behind the thrill of the chase was a deeper, darker truth, reminding everyone that sometimes the most frightening creatures are born from the depths of human anxiety. These urban legends, though rooted in fear, often carry a hint of caution. The story of the killer in the back seat warns against neglecting one's surroundings, while the Hookman serves as a stark reminder of the dangers lurking in the night. Each tale serves as a moral lesson, echoing the age-old function of folklore: to teach, to warn, and to connect. As technology continued to evolve, so too did the methods of storytelling. The internet birthed a new style of folklore, where tales could emerge instantaneously and travel faster than ever. The Momo Challenge, a bizarre blend of horror and social media, preyed on the fears of parents everywhere, depicting a creepy, distorted figure urging children to engage in dangerous activities. Fact or fiction? The lines blurred as news outlets spread the panic, and parents hid their devices, fearing the unknown lurking just a click away. But it wasn't just fear that fueled these modern myths. Hope and humor intertwined with horror, giving rise to legends that both entertained and connected people. The cursed emoji phenomenon captured the imagination of teenagers, who shared stories of a harmless emoji turning sinister, bringing bad luck or misfortune. These tales, though whimsical, reflected the real anxieties of youth in an increasingly digital world, where every message could symbolize something far more significant than simple text. The art of storytelling itself transformed, leaning heavily on the visual and auditory experiences of the audience. YouTube, TikTok, and platforms like Reddit became the new campfires, where stories were not only told, but also visually depicted. Creators spun chilling narratives around haunted locations, urban exploration, and folklore from their own towns. These stories flourished in the comments section, where strangers would bond over shared fears and similar experiences, a community united by the unknown. In the shadows of these myths, however, lay a darker side that could not be ignored: the creepypasta phenomenon, where horror stories are shared across the internet, often led to real-world consequences. The tragic tale of the Slender Man stabbing rattled the nation, where two young girls, influenced by the myth, committed an unthinkable act. This blurred the lines between fantasy and reality, sparking debates about the responsibility of storytellers and the impact of digital folklore on vulnerable minds. Yet, the allure of these modern myths persists, tapping into the collective psyche. The tale of the black-eyed children continues to spread, showcasing encounters with children whose eyes glow like voids, instilling fear wherever they go. Sightings reported across the globe feed into the narrative, each new account adding a layer of intrigue and terror. What lies beneath the surface of this chilling story? Is it merely a fabrication, or is it a reflection of our deepest fears about the unknown? As the sun sets and the night deepens, the flickering lights of devices cast their glow, drawing people into the web of these stories. The urban legends of today may lack the fireside warmth of old, but they possess a chilling sense of connection, binding friends and strangers alike through shared terror. The simplicity of sharing a story over a drink, or scrolling through a feed filled with the uncanny, evokes emotions that reach far beyond mere entertainment. What happens next? The stories continue to evolve, morphing as they are passed from one person to another, each adding their twist, their perspective, their fear. They seep into everyday conversations and idle chats, leaving people with a lingering sense of unease. The modern folklore thrives, feeding on the anxieties of an ever-changing world, a mirror reflecting society's greatest fears and desires. And as the night stretches on, the friends sit together, hearts racing, minds whirling with possibilities, wondering what new tales will emerge under the digital stars of this modern age. The screen illuminates their faces, but it is the shadows of unknown fears that cling to them the most, whispering secrets that may never be fully understood. The stories do not end here. They spiral into the next chapter, ready to entangle new listeners in their web of myth and mystery, leaving a lasting mark on the canvas of shared human experience. Under the vast, unending sky, a fire crackled gently, its warm glow illuminating the faces of the gathered community. Their eyes shone with history, each one a portal to stories that had been passed down through generations. This was not merely a gathering, it was a sacred moment where the air shimmered with whispers of the past, the myths that kept their culture alive. Elders, with skin as weathered as the ancient trees, leaned in, their voices low and melodic, weaving tales of creation that danced in the flickering light. The stories flowed like a river, each word a drop that pooled in the hearts of the listeners, stirring emotions that felt both familiar and profound. Around the fire, children sat wide-eyed, rapt with attention. As a grandmother began recounting the tale of the great turtle who carried the world on its back, the children's breath caught in their throats, their minds racing with images of swirling waters and vibrant landscapes. This was not just a story, it was a lifeline, a thread connecting them to their ancestors, to the very essence of who they were. As the grandmother's voice grew stronger, the air thickened with tension, each phrase punctuated by the crackle of the fire. The listeners felt the weight of every word, the responsibility of preserving what had been handed to them. For centuries, these tales had survived against the tide of changing times, a testament to the resilience of indigenous cultures. They were shields against the erasure of identity, fortresses that housed the dreams, fears, and victories of their people. In the shadows, the spirits of ancestors were felt, their presence palpable. It was as if the very fabric of the night was woven with echoes of laughter, tears, and triumph. The myths spun a web, intricate and delicate, binding the community together in a shared understanding of the world around them. Each story was an invitation to reflect, to challenge, and to honor the land that had given them life. Suddenly, a burst of laughter broke through the introspection as a younger member of the community mimicked the great trickster, Coyote. The sound was infectious, rippling through the gathering, reminding everyone that within the gravity of these tales lay a spirit of joy and mischief too. The duality of life, the sacred and the profane, the serious and the humorous, was intricately woven into the fabric of their mythology, creating a rich tapestry that celebrated the human experience. Yet, beneath the laughter, there was an underlying current of urgency. Time was shifting, and the world outside these woods was changing rapidly. The elders knew that the stories they shared were more than mere entertainment. They were vital tools for survival, teaching lessons about respect, balance, and interconnectedness. As the fires of colonization had spread, many indigenous communities found themselves grappling with the loss of language and tradition. The whispers of their ancestors became more fragile, yet the flickering fires of determination refused to dim. In one corner of the gathering, a young woman stood with her eyes closed, allowing the stories to wrap around her like a comforting blanket. She understood the weight of her responsibility. As she listened, she felt the pulse of her ancestors in her veins, their strength flowing through her. She had spent years learning the old stories, practicing the ancient songs, and feeling the rhythm of her people's history. She was not just a listener, she was a keeper of the flame, a bridge between the past and the future. The winds began to swirl, carrying with them the scent of pine and earth, stirring something deep within the gathering. It was a reminder of the cycles of life, the eternal dance of creation and destruction. Just as the fire flickered, so too did the future of these stories hang in the balance. Would the youth remember the lessons of the past? Would they carry the torch forward, or would the flames of mythology flicker out into darkness? The air grew thick with anticipation as the grandmother's voice rose again, richer and more resonant. She spoke of the stars, of the constellations that guided their ancestors across vast lands, linking them to the cosmos. Each star was a story, a reminder that they were never alone, that the spirits of those who had walked before them were always watching, guiding, and protecting. As she spoke, the children gazed upward, their imaginations ignited by the vastness of the night sky. They were not merely listening, they were participating in something far greater than themselves. They were becoming part of a narrative that transcended time, a living testament to resilience and hope. The notion that their stories mattered, that they could shape the very fabric of their community, filled them with a sense of purpose. With every crackle of the fire, the tension grew. Would they be able to adapt, to find new ways to preserve their mythology in a rapidly changing world? The elders shared stories of their ancestors' struggles against forces that sought to erase their identity, their language, their very existence. Each tale was a reminder of the fight for survival, a call to arms for the younger generation to rise and defend their heritage. As the night deepened, shadows danced around them, and the stars twinkled in silent agreement. The stories flowed like a river, carving its path through the landscape of their hearts. Each word was a seed planted in the fertile ground of their souls, destined to bloom into a vibrant expression of culture and identity. The fire began to wane, but the flickering embers held the promise of renewal. They knew that even as the light dimmed, the stories would continue to live on, passed from one generation to the next, never truly extinguished. The struggle for preservation would be ongoing, a constant balancing act between tradition and modernity. In that moment, they understood that their mythology was not just a relic of the past. It was a living, breathing entity that required their care and attention. It was a promise to the future, a vow that they would continue to honor the voices of their ancestors, ensuring that the flames of their stories would burn brightly for generations to come. As the last wisps of smoke curled into the night sky, The community felt a sense of unity, a bond forged in the fire of shared experience and collective memory. The stories would carry on, and with them, the spirit of a people determined to keep their mythology alive against all odds. In the flickering glow of the cinema, the audience sat mesmerized, their collective breaths caught in their throats. An eerie wind howled through the screen, and shadows danced along the walls, casting long fingers of darkness that seemed to reach out into the aisles. Suddenly, a figure emerged, a woman with flowing hair, her presence commanding as she stepped into a realm where myths came alive. This was more than just a movie. It was a portal into the rich tapestry of Philippine mythology, where ancient tales wove themselves into the very fabric of modern storytelling. As the film unfolded, characters like the fearsome Aswang and the benevolent Maria Makiling gripped the audience's imagination. Each frame painted vivid portraits of folklore, where the supernatural was not just an escape, but a reflection of cultural identity, embodying fears, dreams, and hopes of a nation. The Aswang, a creature who could morph into any form, evoked shudders and gasps, tapping into the primal fears of the unknown. In every twist of her shadow, echoes of ancestral tales reverberated, reminding viewers of the stories whispered in the dark corners of childhood. While the screen pulsed with life, a parallel world thrummed in the background, music that stirred the soul and resonated with forgotten echoes of the past. Tracks inspired by the legends of old entwined themselves around the audience, weaving melodies that felt both fresh and ancient. The haunting notes of a kulintang floated through the air, grounding listeners in the traditions of the Maranao people, while modern artists infused these sounds with contemporary beats, creating a unique fusion that made the old new again. As the music swelled, it became clear. These stories were not just relics of the past. They were alive, breathing, and evolving. Songs like Tadhana by Updharma Down and Hawak Kamay by Yeng Constantino drew upon themes of love and loss, mirroring the tragic tales of mythical figures. The lyrics whispered of longing and connection, pulling at heartstrings in ways that resonated deeply with the audience. Listeners could feel the weight of these emotions, as if the spirits of the ancients were speaking through the artists, bridging the gap between generations. It wasn't just entertainment, it was an emotional experience. A reminder of the shared humanity that transcends time. The influence of Philippine mythology didn't stop at the silver screen or the sound waves. It crept into the fabric of everyday life. Merchandise featuring iconic characters adorned backpacks, and tattoos inspired by myths became badges of honor. Young people proudly sported designs of the Diwata, the fairy-like beings known for their beauty and grace, as a way of honoring their heritage. These symbols, etched into skin, told stories of resilience, connection, and cultural pride. They were badges of a legacy that refused to fade away, even in a modern world. In the realm of animation, vibrant visuals brought legends to life, captivating the next generation. Shows like Ang Panday, with its action-packed narrative, showcased the hero's journey through the lens of folklore, teaching children the values of bravery and loyalty. Each episode was a lesson wrapped in entertainment, where mythical beings danced alongside relatable characters. As children gathered around their screens, they didn't just watch. They absorbed the essence of their culture, fostering a sense of belonging and understanding of their roots. The undercurrents of mythology also found their way into literature, as writers began to pen stories that echoed the rhythms of their ancestors. Works like Mythology Class by Arnold Are invited readers to explore the intersection of the traditional and the contemporary, crafting narratives that felt both familiar and daring. These tales, infused with modern sensibilities, resonated with readers, who found themselves captivated by the familiar threads of their culture, woven through the fabric of contemporary storytelling. As the credits rolled, applause broke out in the theater, a testament to the power of storytelling. The screen went dark, but the hearts of the audience remained alight with emotion. Conversations bubbled up, animated discussions about their favorite characters and how these myths resonated with their lives. They exchanged stories of their childhood fears, of the aswang lurking in the night, or the protection offered by the benevolent Diwata. Each story added another layer to the collective memory, reinforcing the idea that these myths, once confined to the shadows, were now as vibrant as the colors on the screen. A new generation of filmmakers and musicians stood ready to take the baton, inspired by the rich traditions of the past. They breathed life into ancient tales, remixing them for modern audiences while staying true to their roots. Social media buzzed with the excitement of new projects, teasers that hinted at epic battles and heartwarming tales that would soon grace screens and airwaves. The curiosity of the public was palpable as they awaited the next wave of stories that would blend the ancient with the contemporary. In the days that followed, discussions about the influence of mythology permeated art galleries, cafes, and theaters. Artists painted murals that depicted scenes from folklore, their brushes telling stories that echoed throughout the streets. Musicians collaborated on albums that embraced the themes of love, fear, and magic, weaving intricate tapestries of sound that resonated with the rhythms of life. Every note and every stroke of paint felt like an homage to the past, a celebration of a culture that was unafraid to evolve. The stories of the past were no longer just whispers in the dark. They were a chorus, a symphony of voices that echoed through generations. They reminded every Filipino of the power of their heritage, the strength found in unity, and the beauty that lay in shared tales. As the myths intermingled with modernity, they transformed the landscape of popular culture, creating an indelible mark on the hearts and minds of those who dared to listen and feel. As the sun set on this chapter of cultural exploration, the world held its breath, waiting for the next burst of creativity. The heartbeat of the nation pulsed with anticipation, for there was much more to come, stories yet untold, waiting to rise from the depths of history and soar into the light of the future. In a crowded market in Los Angeles, the scent of adobo wafts through the air, weaving its way through the sounds of laughter and chatter. A young woman named Maria stands at a stall, her fingers dancing over colorful trinkets that echo her homeland. Each piece tells a story, a tale of fierce warriors, of mystical creatures, and of a time when the seas whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. For Maria, these stories are more than just memories. They are lifelines, threads that connect her to a past she can almost taste. Yet, it isn't just the food or the trinkets that tie her to the Philippines. It's the myths and legends that pulse through her veins. As she listens to an elder recount the story of Maria Makiling, the beautiful Diwata who protects the mountains, a chill runs down her spine. The elder's voice is a symphony of emotions, drawing in listeners from all backgrounds, uniting them in wonder. In that moment, Maria feels the weight of her culture resting gently on her shoulders, a mantle she is proud to wear. But these tales, once confined to the islands of the Philippines, have embarked on a journey of their own, crossing oceans and borders. They have danced their way into the hearts of many, creating a tapestry of shared human experiences. The myths of the Philippines, once whispered in the shadows of the coconut trees, now echo through the bustling streets of cities far and wide. They are reborn in every corner of the globe where Filipinos have settled, each telling adding new layers to their essence. Not too far from Maria's stall, a group of college students gathers around a table adorned with a vibrant tapestry depicting the legendary creature, the aswang. They are captivated, their eyes wide with fascination and a hint of fear. The aswang, a shapeshifter that lurks under the cover of night, has become a symbol of the unknown, a reminder of the darkness that can exist in humanity. For the students, the story transcends mere folklore. It embodies the struggles and triumphs of those who have come before them. It prompts discussions about identity, about fear, and ultimately about community. Back in the Philippines, the stories of the past are intertwined with the harsh realities of the present. As waves crash against the shores of Luzon, townspeople gather around a fire, sharing tales that have been passed down through generations. The air is thick with nostalgia, and the flickering light casts enchanting shadows that dance upon their faces. They hold tight to their traditions, even as globalization pulls them in different directions. Technology has made it easier than ever to connect with the world. Yet, in these moments, they cherish the stories that ground them to their roots. Meanwhile, across the Pacific, Maria attends a cultural festival where people from diverse backgrounds come together to celebrate their heritage. The vibrant colors of traditional clothing swirl around her as she listens to the rhythm of the kulintang, a set of gongs echoing the heartbeat of her ancestors. It is here that the myths of the Philippines reach out like tendrils of smoke, mingling with the stories of others. The Native American tales of the trickster coyote, the African legends of trickster hares. The stories weave together, creating a rich, complex narrative that speaks to the shared human experience. In a small cafe in New York, a poet stands before an audience, her voice trembling with emotion. She reads from a collection that pays homage to the legends of her homeland, breathing life into the tales of the past. Her words paint vivid images of the sun setting over rice terraces, of the mountains cradling the spirits of the ancestors. Listeners, drawn in by her passion, find themselves swept away. They laugh, they cry, and they reflect on the universality of love, loss, and resilience that these myths convey, emotions that transcend language and geography. Yet, there are whispers of concern beneath the celebration. Some fear that in sharing these tales globally, a part of their essence may be lost. Will the true meaning of the aswang dilute into mere entertainment in distant lands? Will Maria Makiling's ethereal beauty fade into a shadow, her story distorted by the lens of outsiders? The tension hangs in the air, a tightrope strung between pride and preservation. As dusk falls over the festival, Maria stands at a crossroads. She feels the pulse of her heritage in her heart, yet the world around her is constantly shifting. The globalization of her myths is a double-edged sword, one side offering connection, the other threatening erosion. With every story shared, she grapples with the weight of responsibility, a desire to honor and uphold the traditions that have shaped her identity. Beneath the stars, she overhears a group discussing how folklore can be reimagined, reshaped, and reborn in ways that resonate with new audiences while still honoring their origins. They are excited, envisioning a future where the tales of the Philippines could inspire art, music, and literature worldwide, spreading the beauty of their culture like seeds carried by the wind. Maria's heart races at the thought, but it is laced with doubt. can the stories adapt without losing their soul? Across the ocean, in Manila, a young artist captures the essence of these myths on canvas, each stroke breathing life into the characters that have long inhabited the dreams of her ancestors. Her paintings, vibrant with emotion, begin to gain attention on social media, drawing in art lovers from every corner of the globe. Each thumbs up and comment becomes a brushstroke in a larger story that connects people, creating a web of shared appreciation that speaks to the heart. In the fleeting moments of the night, Maria reflects on her own journey. She remembers her grandmother sitting in the dim light, recounting tales of bravery and love. Those stories, once confined to her family, now belong to all who listen. The room is filled with a sense of possibility, a whisper of hope that resonates deep within her. Stories have the power to transcend borders, to unite people in ways that nothing else can. And so, under the twinkling stars, the myths of the Philippines continue their journey, evolving and intertwining with the narratives of others. They beckon to be shared, to be celebrated, to be cherished. Each tale, a reminder of who they are, where they come from, and the beautiful mosaic they are all a part of. As Maria steps back to take it all in, she realizes the stories are not just hers to keep. They belong to everyone who finds solace and strength in them. The rhythm of life beats on, unbroken, as new stories wait to be written in the tapestry of the world, urging her and countless others to tell them, to pass them on, to keep the connection alive. Under the thick canopy of ancient trees, where sunlight barely penetrates, stories breathe life into the air. In that mystical world, whispers of gods and spirits swirl like the soft wind, carrying tales of creation and destruction, love and betrayal. In Southeast Asia, the rich tapestry of myth intertwines, weaving a fabric both familiar and foreign, a reflection of humanity that knows no borders. Every night, as shadows lengthen and the stars emerge, villagers gather around flickering fires, eyes wide with wonder. They share stories that echo across time and space, tales of powerful beings who walk among mortals. These narratives resonate deeply, revealing a shared human experience that transcends individual cultures. From the enchanting tales of Hindu epics, like the Ramayana in Indonesia, to the vibrant folklores of the Philippines, the similarities of these myths stir the heart and ignite the imagination. In the ancient forests of Indonesia, the mighty figure of Rama, a prince and incarnation of the god Vishnu, embarks on a perilous quest to rescue his beloved Sita. He battles the demon king Ravana, whose ferocity sends chills through the air. But what captivates the listeners is not just the thrilling action. It's the underlying themes of love, duty, and sacrifice that resonate with tales told in the rice fields of Vietnam and the mountains of Thailand. The hero's journey, a universal motif, reflects the struggles and triumphs that connect humanity, weaving a thread through the ages. As the flames crackle, the stories shift to the flood myths of the region, where gods unleash their fury upon the earth. Much like the biblical account of Noah, the tale of the Great Flood is echoed in various Southeast Asian cultures. In the Philippines, there is the story of the giant who saved his family from rising waters, a narrative that stirs feelings of hope and resilience. Each culture expresses the same fear of nature's wrath, but highlights the courage and ingenuity of their people. This commonality becomes a bridge, uniting hearts across distant lands, each story a reflection of shared struggles against the elements. The dynamics of creation myths further deepen the connection between these cultures. In Malaysia, the tale of the god Batara Kala, who shaped the world from chaos, mirrors the creation legends of the Thai and Javanese. Both speak of the birth of land and water, the clash of darkness and light. The imagery invoked in these stories is as vivid as the landscape: sunrises that chase away shadows, mountains rising from the sea, and rivers carving paths through stone. These elements not only serve as the backdrop of the myths, but also resonate deeply within the souls of those who tell them. As the night deepens, the stories turn darker. Spirits and demons emerge, illustrating the eternal struggle between good and evil. The terrifying figure of the aswang in Filipino folklore, a creature that lurks in the shadows, finds its parallel in the mythical entities of Indonesia and Thailand. Fear grips the villagers as they recount tales of encounters with these malevolent beings, their hearts racing as they navigate through the labyrinth of human fears and moral dilemmas. The lines between reality and myth blur, and the air becomes thick with tension as they ponder the unknown lurking in the darkness. Yet, amidst the terror, there are also tales of redemption and forgiveness. The story of the trickster, the one who bends the rules and challenges authority, can be found in the narratives of the trickster god Hanuman in Indian mythology and the mischievous spirits of Malaysia. These characters evoke laughter and introspection, reminding listeners that even in darkness, there lies a glimmer of hope. In every chuckle shared, every gasp of surprise, there's a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit. As the fire dwindles, the stories take on a softer tone, moving toward love and kinship. The delicate threads of romance weave through the fabric of each culture's myths, echoing the timeless themes of longing, sacrifice, and reunion. In the age-old tale of the star-crossed lovers in Malaysia, their love transcends the barriers of life and death, a poignant reminder that love is a force that binds souls together, even when they are worlds apart. This powerful emotion resonates with the listeners, filling their hearts with warmth as they reflect on their own experiences of love and loss. In the cool night air, the tales flow like the rivers that connect these lands. They remind everyone of their shared history, their collective dreams, and the battles fought both within and outside themselves. The stories of gods and mortals intertwine like the roots of the ancient trees surrounding them, grounding them in a rich heritage that shapes their identities. Each myth, with its unique twists and turns, invites a deeper understanding of the human experience, revealing the fragility and strength inherent in existence. As dawn approaches, the villagers' eyes glimmer with the promise of a new day, their hearts heavy, yet uplifted by the stories shared. The echoes of laughter and gasps of awe linger in the air, entwined with the fading embers of the fire. The night has drawn them closer, not just to one another, but to a profound understanding of their place in the world, bound by the same fears, hopes, and dreams that pulse in the veins of every human being across Southeast Asia. The sun begins to rise, casting a golden light over the horizon, a reminder that each day offers a new beginning, a continuation of the stories that shape their lives. As the villagers disperse, they carry with them the weight of the night's tales, the connections made, and the understanding that they are part of something greater, something that transcends the boundaries of language and culture. The stories will continue, passing from generation to generation, forever entwined in the fabric of their existence. Around flickering campfires, shadows danced across the faces of eager listeners, their eyes wide with anticipation. Each crackle of the fire echoed in their hearts, harmonizing with the pulse of the stories that flowed like an ancient river. Myths, carried on the breath of storytellers, held the power to capture souls, connecting generations through the very essence of humanity. As the stars twinkled above, each glimmer a memory of those long gone, the air was thick with the weight of history, emotions swirling like smoke. Oral tradition was not merely a method of storytelling, it was a lifeline. In societies where the written word was scarce or non-existent, voices became vessels, transporting legends from one heart to another, weaving a tapestry of shared beliefs and dreams. The stories of mighty warriors, gods who walked among men, and creatures that roamed the earth were recounted in a rhythm that echoed through the ages. Each tale held a vital lesson, a piece of wisdom distilled from the experiences of those who came before. Consider the way the ancient Greeks passed down their stories of gods and heroes. With each retelling of Odysseus's long journey home, something magical happened. The audience didn't merely listen. They felt the salty spray of the sea, the weight of the hero's guilt, and the longing for home. Each storyteller added their own flavor, a personal touch that transformed every telling into a unique experience. These myths became part of the collective memory, shared not just as stories, but as truths that shaped culture and identity. In Africa, tribal elders held the responsibility of being the keepers of tradition. Around fires under sprawling baobab trees, they would weave intricate tales of their ancestors, who roamed the earth long before them. Young faces illuminated by the firelight listened intently, their imaginations ignited by stories of trickster figures, like Anansi, who taught lessons wrapped in humor and cleverness. Each story was a thread in a larger quilt, binding the community together, instilling values and reinforcing the lineage of their people. The elders understood that to forget these stories was to lose their very selves, to sever the connection with those who had come before. The power of oral tradition lay in its ability to adapt and transform. These myths were never stagnant. They grew and evolved as they passed through different hands. A story told in one village would be flavored by the local culture, enriched by the storyteller's perspective. This evolution allowed myths to remain relevant, to resonate with the changing tides of time. The thrill of anticipation arose with every recounting. Would the hero triumph? Would love conquer all? Or would the trickster outsmart the wise? Each twist of fate stirred emotions, igniting pride, sorrow, and laughter in equal measure. Yet, it was not all light and triumph. Myths also served as cautionary tales. The tragic stories of fallen heroes, of love lost, or of hubris leading to downfall resonated deeply within the hearts of listeners. In the retelling, the pain became palpable. The heartbreak of Orpheus losing Eurydice was not just a story. It was a collective mourning, an echo of the losses felt by many. Each listener could relate, drawing threads of their own experiences into the fabric of the narrative. Think of the Native American traditions, where stories were shared not just to entertain, but to teach and heal. The telling of the earth on Turtle's Back, where the earth was formed from the mud brought from the depths of water, held a sacred space in the hearts of those who listened. It connected them to the land, to the animals, and to each other. These stories were imbued with a reverence for nature, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all living things. Through the power of storytelling, a sense of responsibility was passed down, a legacy that encouraged respect for the earth and all its creatures. With each generation, the stakes of these stories grew higher. The voices of the past could be drowned out by the noise of modernity, by the onslaught of technology that pulled at the fabric of traditions. The urgency to preserve these narratives became palpable, Inspired storytellers began to rise, to capture the essence of the oral tradition in written form, ensuring that the flames of these tales would not flicker out. But even as the written word spread, the thrill of gathering around a fire, the shared laughter and gasps, could never be replicated. The warmth of a voice, the connection of eyes meeting in shared emotion, that was the heart of oral tradition. It was a living, breathing entity, pulsing with life and energy. As each storyteller took the stage, the past mingled with the present, ensuring that the echoes of ancestors were never silenced. In small villages across the world, the tradition continues, even today. Children gather close, their minds hungry for the adventures of mythical beings and legendary heroes. The cycle persists, unbroken. Each storyteller carries the weight of their people's history, crafting narratives that are as much a part of their identity as the very air they breathe. With every laugh, every tear shed, they breathe life into these stories, igniting the spark of connection in the hearts of their listeners. As darkness falls, the whispers of the past beckon, urging the next storyteller to rise. The fire crackles, stories linger in the cool night air, and the world holds its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The dance of shadows continues, a reminder that while myths may change and evolve, their role in binding humanity together remains unshaken. The journey through time flows seamlessly as the flames of tradition illuminate paths yet to be traveled. The tale is far from over. It's merely the beginning of a melody that will echo throughout eternity. Under a sky thick with storm clouds, the stories of old whispered through the trees, each leaf a page in a book long forgotten. These tales, rich with gods and heroes, echoed in the hearts of those who believed. Yet, as time marched on, they began to fade, tangled in the roots of the very soil that birthed them. A shiver ran down the spine of any historian who dared to face the truth. Preserving mythological stories was like trying to catch smoke with bare hands. In ancient Greece, where the sun cast long shadows on marble columns, poets gathered in dimly lit taverns, their voices rising and falling like the waves of the Aegean Sea. They sang of Zeus throwing thunderbolts, of Athena emerging from the head of her father, and of the tragic love of Orpheus and Eurydice. Yet these moments, so vivid and electrifying, were recorded in fragile scrolls, each word at the mercy of time and the elements. One careless flick of a candle flame could mean the end of a story, the extinguishing of a legacy. Meanwhile, in the halls of the great libraries of Alexandria, scholars feverishly copied texts, their quills scratching against papyrus. But even these efforts were not foolproof. Wars erupted, fires raged, and in the chaos, many stories were lost forever. Each scroll that crumbled to dust carried with it a universe of emotions, a tapestry woven from the fears and hopes of humanity. What if we could hear the laughter of the gods, or feel the weight of the tragic hero's burden? Those who tried to preserve these tales faced an uphill battle, battling against time, ignorance, and the relentless march of change. In distant lands, the Aboriginal peoples of Australia shared their Dreamtime stories, intricate narratives that explained the creation of the world. These stories were not mere entertainment. They were the fabric of their identity, passed down through generations by word of mouth. But how could one capture the essence of a story that was meant to be felt, not read? The nuances, the emotions hidden in the inflections of the teller's voice could never be replicated on paper. The challenge lay not only in documentation, but in the very act of preserving the soul of a story. The warmth of the campfire, the flickering shadows, the connection between the storyteller and the audience. These elements were crucial, yet they slipped through the fingers of time like grains of sand. Then there were the Norse sagas, epic tales of gods and giants, of Odin's quest for wisdom and Thor's battles against the forces of chaos. Written down centuries after they were first told, these stories bore the scars of time's passage. Translators grappled with the ancient language, struggling to convey the fierce pride and sorrow embedded in the verses. How could they do justice to the raw power of a warrior's cry or the delicate beauty of a love song sung in the long, dark winters? Each passing year eased the grip of these narratives on the collective memory, leaving only faint echoes in the minds of those who sought to remember. In the jungles of Central America, the Mayans carved their stories into stone, each glyph a testament to their civilization's beliefs and fears. Yet, as the years turned to centuries, many of these stones were buried, swallowed by the earth, hidden from the eyes of the living. Archaeologists, with hope and anticipation in their hearts, unearthed fragments of this lost world. But what of the stories that never found their way to stone? What of the tales told in hushed voices during the night, woven through the laughter of children and the sighs of the elderly? They existed only in the air, evanescent and fleeting. With every breath, they danced away, leaving behind only silence. The modern age brought new technologies, yet even they could not capture the essence of myth. Digital archives and databases buzzed with information. But behind the glowing screens lay a haunting emptiness. Stories became data points, stripped of their warmth and vibrancy. The challenge of preserving the felt experience, the thrill of the unexpected twist, the heartbreak of a lover lost, remained. Would future generations sift through this cold information and find the soul within? Or would they merely view myth as a relic of a bygone era, something to be filed away in the dusty archives of history? In a tiny village nestled in the mountains of Tibet, an elderly monk sat cross-legged on a worn mat, sharing tales of the Yeti and the sacred paths of enlightenment. His voice trembled with age, but his eyes sparkled like stars. Each story held a lesson, a thread that connected the past to the present. Yet the moment he finished speaking, his words floated away, waiting for someone to carry them forward. Time was relentless, and soon the monk would join the ancestors, leaving behind only a whisper of his stories. Would anyone be there to echo his voice? As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky blazed in hues of orange and purple, mirroring the flicker of hope amid the endless struggle to preserve these myths. The world was losing its storytellers, and with them, its connection to a rich and vibrant history. It tugged at the heartstrings of those who longed to preserve the essence of humanity, to hold on to the tales that defined their existence. Would the echoes of these timeless stories survive, or would they vanish into the void, lost like shadows at dusk, leaving behind an aching silence that begged to be filled? Each tale was a thread in the intricate tapestry of existence, and as long as there were voices willing to share them, the stories would live on. But the clock was ticking, and the question lingered: who would carry the torch into the future? The weight of history pressed heavy, and with it, the challenge of ensuring that the legends, the myths, and the creatures that danced in the imagination would never be forgotten. Under the flickering light of a solitary candle, a group of young artists gathered in a dimly lit room, their faces painted with passion and curiosity. The air hummed with excitement as they spoke in hushed tones, their eyes reflecting the longing for connection to something greater. a rich tapestry of stories woven from their ancestors' whispers. They were born in a world of concrete and steel, yet their hearts beat with the pulse of a past that echoed through the mountains and the rivers. An ancient symphony of myth that still danced in the shadows of their everyday lives. Philippine mythology, once vibrant and alive in the fabric of everyday existence, had faded like a forgotten dream. Yet, in that candlelit room, it flickered back to life. The artists shared tales of Bathala, the supreme god, and how his spirit still roamed the islands, searching for souls to guide. They spoke of the Diwatas, enchanting spirits that watched over nature, and the Aswangs, terrifying yet fascinating creatures that prowled the night. These stories, passed down through generations, held a treasure trove of wisdom, joy, and caution, waiting for someone to breathe new life into them. In schools and communities, a movement began to blossom. Teachers, inspired by the artists, infused their curriculums with folklore, not just as a subject to be studied, but as a living, breathing entity that taught resilience, courage, and the power of imagination. Children listened wide-eyed as elders recounted the tales of the sun and moon, the story of why the sun chased the moon across the sky, their eternal, unfulfilled love. With every word, the past intertwined with the present, creating a bridge of understanding that felt almost sacred. As the sun set in vibrant hues of orange and pink, young voices echoed from the hillsides, singing traditional songs. Each note carried the weight of history, igniting a spark in the hearts of those who heard them. Festivals were revived, where families dressed in colorful garments celebrated the stories of their ancestors. The streets became alive with the rhythm of drums, and the air filled with laughter, as the essence of Philippine mythology inspired unity and pride in a shared identity. It was a revival that felt like a rebirth, a collective awakening from centuries of silence. Yet, not all was smooth in this revival. Some regarded the resurgence with skepticism. They warned that such tales, rich as they were, belonged to a bygone era. But those skeptics had not heard the heartbeats of the youth, the way their hands trembled with excitement, as they painted murals depicting mythical creatures dancing in the moonlight. They had not seen the joy in the faces of children as they donned costumes of their gods and goddesses, their laughter ringing out like a celebration of life itself. Technology, once seen as a barrier, became a powerful ally. Social media platforms buzzed with hashtags like Mythology in Motion, connecting storytellers from urban jungles to rural farmlands. Animated series brought the legends to screens, captivating the young minds who might never open a dusty book. A new generation found ways to adapt these tales, infusing them with modern themes of love, loss, and resilience. The stories evolved, weaving contemporary issues into their ancient fabric, making them not just remnants of the past, but vibrant narratives that resonated with the struggles and aspirations of today's youth. In the online realm, artists collaborated on projects that celebrated their heritage. Podcasts shared oral histories, allowing voices long silenced to rise again, filling the air with the wisdom of elders. Creators experimented with virtual reality, placing users in the shoes of legendary heroes, allowing them to navigate the trials of the past, feeling the weight of their choices and the consequences that followed. The ancient myths were no longer confined to pages. They roamed freely in the minds and hearts of those willing to embrace them. But shadows lingered. The challenge of commercialization loomed, threatening to dilute the very essence of these sacred stories. Merchandisers sought to profit from the resurgence, packaging tales into bite-sized pieces for the masses. Yet, Many guardians of the lore stood firm, advocating for authenticity and respect. They reminded the world that these were not mere stories. They were the lifeblood of a culture, deserving reverence and understanding. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a sense of urgency filled the air. The artists, teachers, and advocates recognized that the future of Philippine mythology lay not just in reviving the tales, but in passing down the values and lessons they embodied. The tales were not only about gods and monsters, they were about love and sacrifice, about the balance between humanity and nature, about courage in the face of adversity. Every story held a mirror to the soul of the Filipino identity, reflecting its resilience, its capacity for joy, and its unyielding spirit. Communities came together in workshops and gatherings, transforming into vibrant cocoons of creativity. Elders shared their wisdom, while youth infused fresh perspectives, creating a dialogue that sparked innovation. As night fell, the stars gleamed brightly against the velvet sky, each one a reminder of the countless stories waiting to be told. The future seemed vast and full of promise, a canvas where the old and new could converge, creating a masterpiece that was both a tribute to the past and a celebration of what was to come. Amidst this revitalization, a new mythology was emerging, one that would honor its roots while boldly stepping into the future. The artists, the storytellers, the dreamers, they all felt it in their bones, a collective heartbeat resonating with hope. They knew that the world would watch, and they were ready to show that Philippine mythology was not just alive, it was thriving, pulsating with energy and echoing through the ages. A dance between tradition and innovation, it was an eternal story, an evolving narrative that would continue long after the last candle flickered out. The moon hung low over the Philippine archipelago, casting a silver sheen on the waves that danced restlessly against the shores. Beneath the surface, whispers of ancient tales stirred, secrets intertwined with the very fabric of the land. Among the rustling leaves and the soft rustle of the wind, echoes of gods, spirits, and mythical creatures lingered, patiently waiting for their stories to be told once more. In the bustling streets of modern cities like Manila, where skyscrapers towered like giant sentinels, the past and present collided in a breathtaking tapestry of colors and sounds. Everyday life pulsed with the rhythm of technology and progress, yet shadows of ancient legends flickered at the edges of consciousness. A child, clutching a smartphone, suddenly glanced up at the bright sky, her imagination igniting as she recalled stories of the sun goddess, Apolaki, and her eternal battle with the moon goddess, Halia. The girl could almost hear the clash of their celestial forces as they danced across the night, and her heart raced with a mix of excitement and fear. On the outskirts of town, an elder sat on a worn wooden bench, his gnarled hands cradling an old wooden flute. He played a haunting melody that seemed to merge the old world with the new. Each note was a reminder that the mountains still held the spirits of the Kapre, the gentle giants known to guard the forests, and that the rivers flowed with the tears of Maria Makiling, the elusive fairy who watched over her domain. As the music swirled around her, the girl felt it in her bones. She was part of something greater, part of a legacy that stretched back through time. People often brushed off these myths as mere stories, relics of a childish imagination. But what if beneath the surface, these tales carried the weight of truth? What if the struggles of Diwata, the nature spirits, were reflections of humanity's battle to connect with the earth in an age of concrete jungles and digital distractions? In an era when nature screamed for attention, The stories of these guardians became more than folklore. They transformed into urgent calls for respect and reverence. On a stormy night, when the wind howled like a banshee, a young man named Marco found himself at a crossroads. Raised on tales of the Aswang, blood-sucking witches and shapeshifters who prowled the night, he had long dismissed them as mere fables. Yet, as thunder rattled the windows, he felt an unsettling presence that reminded him of those childhood fears. In the flickering candlelight, shadows danced on the walls, and for the first time, he questioned the stories that had been passed down through generations. Were the Aswang not just monsters, but representations of the darkness that lurked within every heart? The following day, Marco sought the wisdom of an old storyteller, a woman whose eyes sparkled with the knowledge of 1,000 lifetimes. She spoke of how the Aswang and other mythical beings mirrored the struggles of humanity. These stories, she said, her voice steady and profound, remind us that within every shadow there is light waiting to be found. Her words ignited something deep within him, awakening a desire to reconnect with the roots of his culture. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a group of artists gathered, their canvases filled with bold strokes and vibrant colors. They were inspired by the tales of the Tikbalang, a half-horse, half-human creature known for leading travelers astray. Instead of fear, they painted scenes of friendship and understanding, illustrating how even the most frightening of beings could teach lessons about navigating life's uncertainties. With each brushstroke, they sought to reshape the narrative, emphasizing that every monster had a story worth telling. The power of these myths coursed through the veins of the modern city, waiting to be acknowledged. High above, in the heavens, where the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, the deities watched with anticipation. They had seen the rise and fall of civilizations, the way people often forgot their roots in the rush for progress. But now, as stories spread like wildfire through social media and art, a new wave of appreciation began to bloom. Young people were listening, adapting the ancient tales to current struggles, finding strength in their heritage. In the heart of a crowded festival, a dance troupe performed a vibrant rendition of the legend of the Bakunawa, the sea dragon said to have devoured the moon. As the crowd gasped in awe, the dancers, adorned in glimmering costumes, became embodiments of the myths. Each leap and twirl seemed to bridge the gap between the ancient and the contemporary, drawing everyone into a collective memory. The audience was reminded of their shared history, and for a moment, the barriers of time and technology fell away, leaving only the pure, raw connection of culture. As the night deepened, the festival's energy crackled with electricity. People exchanged stories, sparking discussions that flowed like the rivers of old. The tales that once felt distant now felt alive and relevant. Voices rose in laughter and awe, igniting a fire in the hearts of the young and old alike. They felt empowered, carrying the weight of their ancestors on their shoulders, realizing that these stories were not just relics, but living, breathing parts of their identity. In a quiet corner, an artist sketched furiously, channeling the essence of the stories into her work. The curved lines of her pencil transformed into the wings of the Diwata, the beauty of nature captured in every stroke. She envisioned a future where these tales would inspire not just fear, but understanding, where the connection to the past would guide the way forward. With each passing moment, the stories of the Philippines danced in the hearts and minds of its people, weaving a rich tapestry that embraced both history and hope. The echoes of the past resonated, reminding them that they were part of something timeless, something powerful. As the night wore on, the moon bathed the land in its silvery light, a symbol of the eternal cycle of life and stories. And in that shimmering glow, the stories continued to unfold, leaving the audience breathless, yearning for more. The rhythmic pulse of the past and present intertwined, hinting that they were on the cusp of an awakening, a connection that would transcend time and space, pulling them closer to the heart of their shared heritage. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the golden rays reflected off the waves, casting an ethereal glow upon the shores of the Philippines. In that moment, the whispers of the ancients seemed to rise from the sands, carrying tales of gods and spirits that shaped the very essence of Filipino identity. It was as if the island itself breathed life into the stories long forgotten, weaving them into the fabric of everyday existence. The heart of Philippine mythology beats strongly, echoing through the ages. It is a tapestry rich with the vibrant colors of deities, creatures, and heroes, each thread revealing the values, fears, and dreams of a diverse people. From the mighty Bathala, the creator god who watched over the land, to the enchanting Maria Makiling, a diwata whose spirit dances through the forests, these figures do more than inhabit stories. They resonate with the struggles and triumphs that define humanity itself. In the quiet moments, when families gather to share meals and laughter, the stories of these beings linger in the air, reminding them of origins that intertwine with the very soil they tread upon. The tales of the trickster god, Si Malakas, and his counterpart, Si Maganda, speak of unity and the balance of nature, timeless lessons etched into the hearts of the young and old alike. As children listen with wide eyes, hanging on every word, they grasp the moral truths woven into these narratives, shaping their understanding of right and wrong, of courage and kindness. But the legacy of these myths is not merely a reflection of the past. It serves as a guiding light through the tumultuous waters of modernity. The stories have danced through the centuries, adapting, yet remaining unchanged in their essence. They remind Filipinos of the resilience in their blood, a spirit kindled by the fires of struggle and survival. In a world increasingly dominated by technology and rapid change, these tales call forth a profound sense of belonging, grounding the people in a shared heritage that refuses to fade away. At twilight, when the sky is painted in shades of pink and purple, the land holds its breath as the stories of old become alive once more. The folk tales that once echoed through village squares now find their way into the bustling streets of Manila, where artists mold them into vibrant performances and writers breathe new life into the pages of books. This transformation breathes fresh air into traditions, ensuring that the legends will not only survive, but flourish, igniting a passion in the hearts of those who seek to preserve the soul of their ancestry. The enduring struggle of the Filipino spirit is encapsulated in the story of the Anak ng Diyos, the children of the gods, who bear the weight of their lineage with pride. They are the warriors who face challenges, the artists who paint their visions, and the dreamers who aspire to build a future while honoring their past. In this dance between tradition and modernity, the myths act as a bridge, connecting generations and imbuing each new chapter with a sense of purpose. As the stars emerged one by one, illuminating the darkening sky, the tales of the Diwata and the mythical creatures became the lullabies that cradled the night. They were reminders that magic exists not only in the distant realms of fantasy, but also in the simple acts of love and kindness shared among communities. Each flicker of laughter, each moment of compassion, reinforced the belief that the heart of Philippine mythology pulses through the everyday lives of its people. Through the trials and tribulations of history, the legends have survived colonization and upheaval, adapting to the changing tides without losing their essence. They have witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the clash of cultures, and the forging of a national identity. The enduring nature of these myths speaks to the resilience of the Filipino spirit. With every retelling, they remind the people that they are not merely products of their circumstances, but architects of their destiny, shaped by the voices of their ancestors. The time-honored traditions, once passed down through oral storytelling, now find new life through the excitement of film, literature, and art. Each interpretation adds a layer, a nuance, breathing new magic into familiar tales. As young artists and writers draw inspiration from the myths, they ignite a spark that encourages a renaissance of cultural pride. The stories, like phoenixes rising from the ashes, soar into the hearts of a new generation, ready to reclaim their narratives and share them with the world. With every flick of the page and every scene brought to life on screen, the tales of deities and heroes resonate deeply, reminding all of the beauty and complexity of their heritage. The juxtaposition of struggle and triumph captured in these stories serves as a powerful reminder that while life may be fraught with challenges, there lies within it a source of strength and hope. Each character embodies the spirit of perseverance, urging the listeners to rise above adversity and embrace the power of their own narratives. The night deepens, and the stories linger, threading through the lives of the people like a persistent melody. The legacy of Philippine mythology endures, a testament to the indomitable spirit of a nation that continues to evolve while holding tightly to its roots. Each tale is a heartbeat, timeless, unyielding, and filled with the promise of tomorrow. It is an invitation to look back and reflect, while charging forward into an unwritten future. As the moon casts a silvery glow over the landscape, the night seems to whisper secrets only the stars can comprehend. The myths of the past are not relics. They are living entities, breathing and growing alongside the people, shaping their identities and inspiring their dreams. And just as the waves kiss the shore with unwavering regularity, so too will the legacy of Philippine mythology continue to embrace the world, pouring forth stories that compel, captivate, and connect all who dare to